Okay, I'd like to welcome those of us who are watching on their computers, and the very few of us that are in this room. Welcome to the April 20th Commission meeting. One thing we'd like to do right off the bat is start by the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'd like to urge the public to be patient with us while we work through this meeting, struggling with technological issues and whatnot. I think we've got things figured out and we'll do the best we can. And we'll make sure that whoever wants to speak to us has the opportunity to do so. I feel like I'm stuck in a Stephen King or an M. Night Shyamalan movie, right? Where I keep wanting it to have like a normal reason for this whole thing, and it just never happens. It's just bizarre. So anyway, we'll start. I entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the last meeting.
So moved.
Second.
We have Commissioner Smith. All those in favor?
Aye.
We have to have a roll call vote. So whatever we do, let's always start over on the left and move this way, so we do the same every time. Right?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right. Right?
Pete, there's a correction that motion was made by Richard Biden.
You have that, Jerry?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
We have the second by Commissioner Ladwig.
The motion was made by Richard Biden.
I have the motion by Ladwig and the second by Commissioner Byrd.
That's it.
You're on.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Hey, good morning, Mr. President, members of the commission. I am going to start here this morning in the interest of just over communicating our process here for hearing from our public during certainly a very unique meeting, first one of these kind of meetings I think the Wyoming Game and Fish Commission has ever conducted. And so, this is for the benefit of the public. I hope that we'll try to reiterate this several times, but if you didn't, the intent here today was to try to preload or pre-prepare for those folks who we knew wanted to make comments to the commission. And so we did normally during a normal meeting, we have blue sheets that we give to the president and myself, and we kind of sort through and make sure that we manage the introduction of public comments through those blue sheets. And so this time we essentially attempted to do an advanced blue sheet process where people could go in beforehand and send us a note and say, look, I want to comment on this item, this is my name, and this is my phone number. So if a lot of folks have done that, but throughout this meeting, if folks have not done that and they know that they want to comment, you still have the opportunity to submit that item. And so there's two ways to do it. If you're watching us on the computer through the Zoom link, you can use the chat box on the Zoom link to let us know that information. Again, your name and your phone number and the agenda item that you wish to talk about. If you're listening by phone and you're not able to do it through the Zoom link, your other option is to send an email, and I'm going to read an email address to you. Again, with the same information, your name, your phone number, the one you're calling from, because we're going to use this to call you and connect you with the commission. And that email address is WGF Video. That's like Wyoming Game and Fish Video. WGF Video at wyo.gov. We will, after each agenda item, to make this as simplistic as we can under these kind of conditions, we will be taking public comment. We will first go to those folks who have given us these advanced blue sheets. And then if there are folks who up to that point have not submitted a desire to comment, but determine that based on what they hear from the commission or based on what they hear from other commenters, they want to speak to the commission, you can essentially at that point go through the same process. Either type it into your chat box on the Zoom meeting with that information, again, your name, agenda item number, and a telephone number, or you can email to that email that I just sent it to you. I think Megan has this message up on Zoom, or it's not up?
No, that's why we don't serve.
Okay, so we'll continue to repeat this today. Again, that email address is, if you do have a question or something that doesn't make sense to you, you could email it to that address or fill that into the chat box, and hopefully we can give you some help. So I thought I would start both on behalf of both the president of the commission, our new president of the commission, and myself. We wanted to take an opportunity to recognize the past president. And so Mr. David Riel, Commissioner David Riel, served essentially the 2019 calendar year. He served from March of 2019 until the beginning of the meeting in March of 2020. David was certainly reflective of the tremendous dedication and values that the members of this commission represent. You know, David's one, we've all gotten to know David very well, and I can tell you that he's impressive. He leads with his heart, and he's very, very compassionate and very caring of his fellow commissioners as well as wildlife, and he's very interested and passionate about making sure that the citizens of our state have access to that wildlife. He's very, he's compassionate and he leads with his heart, but he's always up for a spirited debate, and has engaged in many of those amongst this commission. Really, he's just been great to have on the commission. For me personally, he's been a mentor throughout his time on the commission. His leadership has been greatly appreciated by the entire department and by our public. He's great. He's a great man. So David, on behalf of, we're going to have to do this a little different than normal. Can't have handshakes and hugs, but on behalf of the whole commission and the department, wanted to present you with the gavel. So you can hopefully display.
You can mute those
That'll
lines
happen.
after all, can't you?
We'll get some help in figuring that out, David. Just leave that. It's all right. They'll figure it out. But on behalf of the commission and the department, here's a gavel representing your service, and we'll give fist bumps.
Fantastic
Thank you.
job.
Ryan, I'd like to thank David for all his efforts on the commission, but I'd also like to thank him for being a better friend.
Thank you, Pete. Thank you. Here, here. Thank you. All right. So I've got a fairly lengthy director's report this morning, Mr. President. We've also had some additional items for consideration that have come up since we put the agenda together. I'm incorporating those into the director's report here this morning. We're certainly dealing with unprecedented times, and I wanted to start by just giving you a quick update on where our department is at, and kind of the status overall of the health and the activities of our department employees. So first of all, again, I'm very, very proud of the way that our department has taken this. None of us really could have ever planned for or forecasted, and really continued to do the great work of this commission, our department, and our state, and our wildlife. And they've done so with the same kind of professionalism as we've all come to expect from game and fish employees. You know, I'm happy to report that most of our employees continue to be healthy. We have had some employees that have been infected with the virus or suspected to have been infected with the virus, and most have recovered. We've still got one or two out there right now that we're waiting on. So most of the department office employees, probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 75%, are working from home for the most part. We've done this in response to all of the social distancing guidelines from both our governor and the CDC that have come out, and this has actually turned out to work out better than I probably would have expected. I was worried about connectivity, and I was worried about continuing to maintain daily contact with all of our employees, and that's gone off very, very well. Our IT section did just an exceptional job at the very beginning of figuring out a way to maintain the Game and Fish Network, which is separate from the rest of the state, and to keep that thing under lock and key, and to keep it very, very secure while allowing employees to access it through remote means, outside of the Game and Fish, and they've done that very well, and we were able to, so far, knock on wood, been able to maintain the security of our network. So I appreciate IT's work. We have continued to serve the public in a modified way at all of our offices around the state. So if folks do have some kind of a service they need from us that they can only do at an office, they come to the office, they call us, they let us know what it's about, and then we have them come in at a rate that ensures we can maintain all those social distancing guidelines. Most of the things that, most of the requests we get at offices are something we can do online. They can go into the Game and Fish website and buy a license, as an example. A lot of it we've been able to handle over the telephone with them. And then, if you're trying to buy a carcass coupon license or get your boat inspected for AIS, there's no other way to do that other than come and visit an office or one of our field employees. So that has continued to go well. I'm happy with just the passion and the professionalism that our employees have continued to provide all of those services. Out in the field, our field employees are continuing to do what they do. We've had biologists and game wardens out collecting sage grouse information. It's that time of the year where sage grouse are out on the leks. And our game wardens have continued to be out there protecting wildlife. They're continuing to provide boating safety and boating enforcement, as well as being able to respond to emergency situations with boating. It's just starting to get fired up now. So continued to do license sales. We've continued to do all the activities that you're about to hear about for the rest of the day with regards to season setting and all the hard work that goes into that. And our folks have done a really good job of figuring out how to take a process that's normally pretty interactive with the public and a lot of our constituents and do it in a little bit modified way. And they've done a totally different approach, kind of had to modify and be innovative and figure out a new way to do public outreach for season setting. And they did that exceptionally well. I'm very proud of the way they went about that. You're probably aware, I know the president's aware because he's had to sign off on both of these. We've done 2 emergency regulations. One is related to bear baiting and the way we register open bear baits, those bear baits that aren't being renewed by a previous registrant. And also with giving the department the ability to suspend non-resident fishing license sales for daily licenses and for 5-day licenses here in response to and in accordance with the governor's directives on people coming in from outside of the state and the requirements to self-quarantine. The way emergency regulations work, when you guys all promulgate a regulation, it goes through a very structured process that follows the Open Meetings Act and the Administrative Procedures Act. Under Wyoming law, an emergency regulation can be enacted that just requires the approval of the president and the signature and approval of the governor, and then it can become law for 120 days. So with both of these rules, these emergency rules, they're in effect for 120 days. There has been some confusion with the non-resident fishing license sales. A lot of folks have interpreted that because the emergency reg is in place for 120 days, that it's the intent of the department to have that suspension of those license sales be in place for 120 days. And that is not the case. The regulation simply gives the department that flexibility and discretion. And I will tell you that it's our interest that as soon as the social distancing guidelines and the directives from the governor on people coming from outside the state are modified or changed, we will return to selling those licenses. I do not expect that to last for 120 days. we've heard from many of our partners, the people that we work with each and every day that are certainly impacted by this. Luckily in Wyoming, certainly our number one priority is everybody's health, and we live in a state where we're fairly, we're pretty fortunate. We haven't had as many folks afflicted with the virus as some of the other states, but certainly it's been significant. If you're one of those people who has been, it's significant to you. So certainly, first of all, from a health perspective, we at the department certainly wish everybody the best, and we wish the state the best in moving through this. I'll tell you that on the economic side of this, some of our like I said, some of our businesses and the people that do a lot of great stuff for wildlife are having a tough time right now. I've heard from a lot of our NGOs that really rely on banquets for fundraising. And they haven't, I talked to the Fanatics CEO the other day, and they've had to cancel, I think it's 8 banquets now, or maybe 9. And that's a significant source of their revenue. And I've heard from other conservation organizations as well. Certainly our outfitting industry has been impacted by this, and they're certainly paying attention to what this process we go through today is. It provides some hope that we're going to have a hunting season in the fall, but there's certainly some of our licensed selling agents, some of the businesses that routinely support the department and the commission across the state are being impacted, and certainly on behalf of the department, we're certainly sympathetic to those folks, and we're hoping that we can all recover from this quickly. So there has been a couple of things that have come up recently with regards to emergency regulations, and I think this would be an appropriate time to, these are some of the new items that have just recently come up, that this would be an appropriate time for the commission to discuss and give some feedback to me on some decisions that the department's going to have to make here in the very near term on 2 or 3 particular issues. First of all, and I'm going to kind of present these first 2 issues to you and ask for your feedback, and then I have a third. The first 2 relate to hunting seasons, and the third relates to the antler collection season. So we will, and we've heard from constituents concerns about sale of, and the people coming from outside the state to come in and participate in either black bear hunting or turkey hunting as one issue. And we've also heard from certain folks an interest in extending the turkey season in the Black Hills specifically. This could apply to, I think, one other area, to the end of the month, to the end of May. Currently it ends on the 21st, and there's been some requests that we consider going to the end of the month. That issue alone is one that would require an emergency regulation. There's not necessarily a biological component to that. We've got that in the proposal for next year anyway, but because of the current situation, there have been some folks that have asked that we consider extending the turkey season till the end of May. We do have under the current emergency regulation the ability to not sell certain types of licenses with direction from the governor. And so we can certainly deal with turkey hunters coming into the state or bear hunters coming into the state through that if we got concurrence with the governor. But the turkey season itself and the extension would require another emergency regulation. And so before the department goes down the road of deciding what it will recommend to the president and the governor, if anything at all, on those 2 issues, I would be real interested to hear your feedback. Yes.
Anybody have comments on that?
Mr. President, Director Nesbitt, when you said the 21st, is it the 21st of May or 21st of April?
Yes, the 21st of May is the current closure.
So you'd only be extending 9 days?
Be extending to the end of May, so to May 31st.
31st.
And for clarification, this is already being proposed for 2021.
Right.
So biologically, it really has no factor in it. This is one of the species that we have a split deal with. I'd like to see it change to where it's like bears, where we're doing it all at once. Either way, any comments on the turkey?
Mr. President, I do. Brian, do you have any inclination where we've got a 14-day mandatory quarantine in place through April 30th. Do you have any inclination what's going to happen after that? Any hints, ideas?
So, Mr. President, Commissioner Schmidt, no, I don't. Anything I said would be speculative. I do, the governor has indicated that when he makes decisions on either extending that or not extending that, it will be based on data. And I don't, they haven't made any decisions to this point. So I don't know.
Well, my thought is with this spring turkey season, if, this does end April 30th, I think it would be a good thing for the department to look at an emergency regulation to extend the spring turkey season through the end of the month. Because virtually those folks, I'm familiar with that area because I have a place up there. They virtually lost everything from the 11th of April to the end of April as far as any kind of a turkey hunting season. Ranchers are losing it that bring hunters in, and outfitters are losing those people. I know personally it's affected me that way. I've lost all the turkey hunters in April, most of them in May. So I think if we can do that, especially where we're looking at taking that season to the end of May anyway next year, I just think that would be a good thing for us to look at. And I would like to see approved to help those folks in those counties, in those areas, and help those small businesses kind of get a little shot in the arm for everything that they've lost today.
So Mike, in essence, it's affected the non-residents and the residents. And
The residents can still hunt.
But with the current situation, there's a lot that are hesitant to travel from Evanston to Cheyenne, from Laramie to Casper. I mean, that's my
some
take.
truth to that. I don't know how much, but probably some truth.
So it's had a big effect, really, overall.
I think so.
Mr. President, I would like to agree with Commissioner Schmidt's recommendation that most of the Black Hills is in my district, and I've been contacted by a lot of the ranch owners, business owners. This could have somewhat of an impact on them for the rest of the year if things get opened up to where they can have that extended season. So I would recommend going to the end of May also.
Mr. President, Brian, roughly how many non-resident turkey licenses do we sell?
Roughly 1,500.
So if we approve this, we could have maybe as few as 1,500 people coming from out of state into Wyoming to hunt sometime in the last part of May.
That would be probably based on historical data at the very most. It'd probably be a lot less than that.
That would be statewide,
Yes.
not just the
I think it's averaged actually maybe 1,300. It's been up around 1,600, but kind of the middle ground is about 1,500.
I would suspect a significant percentage, even if we did extend it, their vacation's done, it's over, they don't have vacation, they're off work, and they can't come in. So
Yeah.
it won't be that number more than likely.
And that may be true, but another thing to consider, I think, is a lot of our surrounding states have cut off all non-resident turkey hunting license sales. So those folks that were going to hunt Nebraska, Kansas, some of those other states, if Wyoming does remain open and does extend the season, I mean, I've already had calls about that they would come to Wyoming if they had the opportunity.
Mr. President, I motion that we extend the season for turkeys. If one is looked, do we need a motion?
Yeah, absolutely.
No, Mr. President, actually, we
No, probably
don't.
we just need a consensus, and then,
Yeah.
because I would have to be the one that
Okay.
is concerned, so it'd be more of a consensus thing than a motion.
Yeah, I don't want it to appear that the commission is violating the APA and all these other procedural things. I just need feedback so I know. So when Pete and I have this discussion, the president and I have this discussion, we know where the commission's at. I think that was our intent.
Would you, just for clarification, would that possibly be a situation where, say things turn for the worst and it gets worse than that? Should we wait to see whether or not, because this doesn't have to be done right away, right?
That's correct. We wouldn't have to do this till the first part of the meeting.
And wait to see if things look better, if things go in a handbag, then we would not do this. I'm just throwing that out there. It's up to you guys. The problem is when you do an executive order and then if we don't do it, then you gotta have another one to get rid of it.
That's right.
So if we could like possibly, get one ready to go, and then if we need it, fine, we don't use it.
What kind of scenario would
Because
you?
they also are in place for 120 days. That's really matter so much with the turkey season, because it would be the finite end of it.
Mr. President, I would comment that we've already lost our April turkey hunters. And so I would like to see the department extend the turkey season to try and capture some of that lost revenue for those local communities by extending it to the end of May.
Galen?
I would agree.
Frank?
I agree. Mr. President, I think if we're going to do it, we should do so fairly quickly, because these are folks who are coming from out of state and they need to reconnect with their outfitter or find a place to hunt. So I think if we're going to do it, and we ought to try to do it in the next week or so people can plan. I don't think it's a good idea to wait till April 30th and then do it, because then you have that delay.
Well, my only concern regarding that, and I don't have a problem either way, I think we should extend it. My problem is if the governor were to extend the order of no non-residents traveling to Wyoming, then we'd be in violation of that as well.
Well, then we would just issue another emergency red canceling the extension of the turkey season.
We could do that.
I think what policy you're required.
Yes. If the governor extends the no travel rule, that overrides the license rule anyway, correct?
No, it doesn't. So we would need to do something that would have that emergency rule, yeah. I think what my recommendation would be is that we, based on the way that other decisions have been made for both the health department and the governor's office, I don't suspect that they're going to wait till the 29th of April to make a decision. So maybe waiting to see what that looks like after April 30th, and then following that with a recommendation to, if it's, relieve those, if it looks like they're going to be relieved, then to extend the turkey season. And if not, the governor's going to have a really hard time approving an emergency regulation to extend a turkey season at the same time he's issuing a longer 14-day quarantine rule for non-residents. If it's going the other way, it's a lot easier, I would think.
And that's my comment.
Yeah.
And I do, for clarification, emergency rule has to be signed by the governor as well. So it's not just what we want to do, he has to approve it. So that's another factor. So
clarification, where are we at then? Is this something we're going to try to do sooner rather than later? Or are we going to wait until?
for one, we're all, there's a consensus to extend the season.
Correct.
What we're at now is now or wait to see. We're talking the 20th now for 10 days to wait and see what the governor does, or we do it right away. That's the two.
And so my thought would be, I'm going to disagree with you, Brian. I think we have the department draft it, put it on the governor's desk when we can. I mean, didn't have to be done tomorrow, but I think we put it there. If he wants to sign it, he's going to know where he's headed. If he wants to sign it and give these out-of-state folks a chance to plan to come to Wyoming, he can do so. If he's, going to extend the quarantine or whatever we're calling all these executive orders, then he can sit on it. But we give him the option.
I think that's a great choice.
Yeah.
I agree with you, Pat. I think if we wait until we hear from the governor, certainly he's going to make a decision before the 30th, like you say. But if it gets hung up, I mean, then that thing's there. We've got to draft it. We've got to get it to him, and then we're looking at probably into the first week of May sometimes. So
I'll tell you what,
it's like what
Sheldon and these other guys are pretty
They
sweet.
can do it in one day,
They do a pretty good
anyway.
job. I've
maybe it is.
I've never had my signature be so important so quickly.
I think we do what we can today.
Absolutely.
And we get it on the governor's desk, and then it's up to him to move it forward.
I think that's the consensus.
Okay. Thank you for the feedback. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
So the second issue along the same lines is, early on, I'm talking now a month ago, we started to hear from some of the western counties that were very concerned about potential influx of non-residents on May 1st for the antler collection opener. There's been a lot of discussion about it. There's been numerous changes since the first discussions were initiated. I did talk with the County Commissioners Association about this here a couple weeks ago. And then last week I talked with all the counties that are really the most interested in having the most antler hunting in the western part of the state. I believe that if it's not in my box now, I will today have a letter from Teton County that will ask that we pursue an emergency regulation to delay the opener of the antler season. And I don't believe that we will receive the same recommendation from all the other counties. And when I say the other counties, I mean Sublette, Lincoln, Umatilla, and Sweetwater. I think that what we will hear from them, and I don't have letters from any of them, but I think what we will hear from them is that they're not interested in an extension. That's kind of where we left things this past weekend. We actually discussed it more over the weekend. And so I'm certainly going to have, no matter what, because people have brought this up, we're going to have this discussion. I am interested in where the commission might be on this before we go out.
Let me clarify. So you said only Teton County would like it extended, and the rest of the counties are fine the way it is?
That's correct. And that's based not on anything formal. Okay, that's based on just phone conversations and a couple of emails.
Mr. President, so an extension or a delay? What are we talking about?
Yeah, a delay of the opener or an extension of the opening date. It's the same thing either way.
Okay, I'm just trying to.
Yeah. So we would move, potentially what we're being asked to do is to move the day that it's legal to collect antlers from the 1st of May to either the 15th of May or the 30th of May. I don't know what they're going to say in the letter. That's going to be the request from Teton County. And my understanding as of today anyway is that will only come from Teton County. And the other commissioners are probably not in line with that.
Any comments?
I'm going to provide just a couple more facts there, Mr. President. So, they're based on past experiences, there have been, large numbers of folks that have come in. And I think most of the concern and the discussion from a lot of those other more remote counties where they don't have a lot of coronavirus is that the actual, the act itself of those folks being out on the landscape and picking up antlers is no concern to the county. It's the increased non-resident traffic in stores and liquor stores and the grocery stores and those kind of things. And so that, that's kind of how this started. I think that their concern with that has been alleviated a little bit here recently in those 4 southern counties, and not so much Teton County. That's they've been inflicted with a lot more coronavirus than those other counties. Our field personnel are concerned about enforcement and an increased, what they believe would be a significant increase in the number of calls for folks that were concerned about people not obeying a new extension of the opening date. And so there's certainly concern with that from a department perspective of having an increased enforcement workload. There is concern too with public credibility with folks that are locals that want to be able to participate in that activity and would be disappointed if they had to wait. It's already Mike can attest to this, in Western Wyoming, the shed hunting is a big deal, and people are waiting for the opening day so they can go and hit the ground. So that's the only other background information I have.
Mr. President, I never realized how important or how excited people were on horn hunting, but it's a big event. And I believe for the safety of Wyoming residents and non-residents that we do not delay the opening day, especially where we have just one county that is really pushing the issue. Mike,
would you clarify?
I would clarify, the way I would clarify it is that we do not delay the opening day of shed hunting.
So we leave it as is?
Yes.
With no qualifications?
No. Brian, is that your recommendation?
Well, I don't know what it is yet. I want to hear from all of you. I'm just trying to present both sides of it and then see where you guys want to go.
Mr. President, yeah. As you know, I've kind of been actively had a lot of thoughts on this situation, and a lot of them personal, a lot of them based on what I've seen over the years. But as you and I talked, Pete, on a couple different occasions, this COVID thing changes your mind about every hour. if not sooner. And speaking with a couple of the county commissioners up there before a meeting today, watching the events with COVID now and how it seems to be, we've kind of flattened that curve. We seem kind of be getting on top of it a little bit. Speaking with some of the local shed hunters and folks in the area, I think I am good with the situation to keep the shed antler season to open May 1st at noon, just like we proposed back in January. So I think that's going to be the best situation for everybody at this moment.
Mr. Weber? Anyone back to you?
What happens if the governor extends the quarantine for travel?
So what would happen is that we would continue to ask people that came from outside the state for any purpose that's not work related to self-quarantine when they got to the state. It'd be the same directive.
I personally feel we're being hypocritical if we do not leave it where it's at. We just extended the turkey season for almost the same reason, for economic reasons. And obviously it's an economic boon to a lot of the state. And for us to delay it is really going against what we just did, in my opinion.
I think Mike has a
Mr. President, to Richard's point, can anybody answer the question if we do get this extended, or if the governor extends the quarantine in May, and people do show up, what's the repercussions for those folks?
Yeah, so
I know it's just a directive, it's not really.
Yeah, it's not an order, it's a directive. And so really it's the governor's way of saying, don't do this. We don't want, we're trying to reduce the spread of this disease in our state and don't come. There's not an enforcement mechanism for it. Our people aren't out arresting people at public fishing areas because they violated the quarantine order, or directive, I should say. So no, it's not a law.
Mr. President, if I may, not to be contrary to what you just said, but I think that the two distinct, hunting versus collecting, are two distinctive processes. And one is a management tool for wildlife, and the other is just collecting. So as far as the laying, I don't think that's being contradicting anything that we're doing regarding the turkey season. So does that make sense?
That makes sense. I don't agree with it, but because I don't think that we extended the turkey season because we weren't getting enough harvest. We extended the turkey season because people couldn't go to April. So for me, it's the same thing. It's not about it's the activity that we're leaving the activity open. One of the things that Brian and I signed our name to a little while ago was that we were going to do everything in our power to make 2020 as normal as possible. And if you'd asked me this question 3 weeks ago, I'd have been told the other way around. But it just seems like the further we get into this, we seem to be doing better. So anyways, that's it.
Mr. President, Brian, do we have any idea of the numbers of folks that come into Wyoming to horn hunt?
I don't. And I don't know that our folks can even accurately estimate that. I mean, it's significant. If you go to Western Wyoming on May 1st, it's different between like a WHMA, a department-owned land, versus, out in the middle of the BLM. And the concentration of antler gatherers is different. But, it's significant. There's a lot of folks that come and do this.
As we think about these things, the numbers are important to me. If this is truly this isn't just a political act, which sometimes I wonder, but if we're truly worried about public health and public safety, then numbers are important to me. That's why I asked, it seems to me having 1,300 turkey hunters come into Wyoming, if they use common sense and socially distance and bring their camper, there are ways they can come enjoy our turkey hunting season without infecting a whole bunch of Wyoming people, bringing disease into the state. you know, kind of this, I think we're going to talk about spring bear hunting. I think the numbers are comparable, so I don't see a huge public health and safety threat for 1,300 or whatever it is, non-residents to come to Wyoming to hunt black bears. So that's my only hesitation, but I agree with much of what Pete just said. You know, we need to let our constituents, which are hunters and fishermen, both resident and non-resident, know that this commission and this department and the state are as committed as humanly possible to return to normal as soon as we can return to normal. You know, we're going to set seasons today. We're going to have a draw. We're going to invite thousands of non-residents to come hunt in our state this fall. They're going to spend money with our outfitters. They're going to eat at our restaurants. They're going to stay in our hotels and motels. So I wish I knew more about the numbers so I could have a better ability to assess the public health risk, but I'm of the mind not to delay the opening of horn hunting, that we leave it at May 1st. I do need to say, and it hadn't been discussed today, but I will be opposed to banning non-residents from horn hunting. I think there are true and very real constitutional problems with doing that. So, but I'm in support of leaving it May 1st.
Another thing that I'd like to see us do, and you're probably already doing it, is say welcome to the state to hunt, fish, or whatever, but please still do social distancing and all different things. I noticed that Arizona was doing that. Mm-hmm. They're open for business, but they have a list of things to do to try to maintain that. And I would like to see us.
We've actually, we've done that.
I'm sure we are, but
yeah.
to get it out there in more public, to let people know, yeah, come and do it, but please observe these types of practices so we can keep everybody else as safe as possible.
Mr. President, that's a real good point. I would invite us to at least entertain and talk to YDOT to see if there's some possibilities of some additional signage, temporary signage that we could put up. I think that,
or at least the signs that they currently have over the interstates.
yeah, absolutely, you bet.
Yeah, and they do have on the overheads now.
They can program it.
Yeah, this is where you go to get accurate COVID information. Yeah.
So is there a consensus to leave the horn hunting opener as May 1st?
Yeah, Mr. President, I think I'm good with that. Just out of curiosity, how long does the shed hunting thing go on where it's crazy? Is it
it's actually a
weekend
couple, it's just a few days and then it kind of wanes. Now for locals, it lasts for longer because they're right there and they go, but the non-resident pressure is usually the busy part of it's just a couple of days. And the workload actually for our folks is more before it opens, with people calling and reporting other people aren't waiting to the opening. After the first couple days are busy for our folks, making sure that on our commission-owned lands that they're obeying the signs and they're not tearing up the ground and cutting fences and driving off-road and that kind of stuff. But then our workload wanes too after the first couple of days. Now, I will say, if you're in Teton County, you've got higher per capita virus spread, and they're more concentrated because it's just a smaller area where they horn hunt. I can understand why Teton County has this concern, but they are in a little bit different position than some of the other counties.
Well, and there could be more people this year just because people aren't working, possibly, or out of a job, since there's a value in horns. And I don't know how you'd ever plan for that, but I guess I'd be let them go.
I couldn't agree more with that. I mean, we don't want to isolate the non-residents. We want to invite them. We want to welcome them, but there is a safety factor here. There is. It's not just going to go away May 1st. It's not.
Yeah, I wish, Pat, we had some numbers too. Based on my experience, I know the numbers. There's a lot of folks that do that every spring. What that number is, I have no idea, but there's a bunch. But this year with COVID-19 and we get a lot of folks from Idaho, Utah, especially Colorado. If they're following their state's guidelines, we may not see that. I don't know. It's going to be one of those years we don't know what way. It could, to Galen's point, it could be a lot more folks because they're not working, don't have anything to do. They're going to come up and try to get in on the shed antler season, or if people are following their state's guidelines, they may not come. So it's going to be a surprise on May 1st, you can see what happens this year.
I guess you have your.
You good?
Okay. So just a couple other updates with relation to COVID. I received a letter memorandum from the governor last week. All of state agency directors did, directing a position freeze, meaning any temporary contract or permanent positions that are open, with the exception of those where we've already began the recruitment process, and they've been advertised, are frozen as of last, I think it was Thursday when I received this memorandum. In addition to that, the governor suspended the payment of the contract services over $100,000. And so any of those that we're beginning to execute, we've got to go through an approval process, and he suspended those. And he's given direction to all state agencies to look at, in the face of some significant revenue shortfalls, the direction to look at ways to save money both in this current budget year as well as in planning for next year's budgets. You know, if you've all read the papers, you know that with oil at south of 20 bucks a barrel and gas way south of $2 an MCF, and then all of these impacts of COVID, there's some significant challenges for our state's general fund coming soon. I would expect that it's highly likely there will be a special session of the legislature. I would expect that there's still some pretty significant decisions to be made at the state level. And so this is the beginning. The governor's giving everybody a warning to start taking a hard look at this stuff now. With that said, you know, today you're going to be presented, or not today, but tomorrow you're going to be presented with some budget items. My recommendation to the commission is, you know, to give preliminary approval to those, because we still have the July meeting to give final approval. We'll have between now and then to kind of sort out what all this looks like, and if we need to make adjustments to that budget, we still have time to do that before July. The other thing that's a beauty about your budget is that even if you approve it on July, whatever day our commission meeting is in July, if in October you want to change it, you can, because it's yours, and you can just simply, as a commission, vote to change it. So anyway, like I said, I wanted to put that out. I want the commission to know about that. But I hope that doesn't confuse our budget discussion tomorrow, because I think it'll be easiest for the department just to get those things approved. Many of them are follow-up from the March meeting, if you so choose anyway, and then to do a final budget approval in July. The last thing I have for you is just a discussion around Expo. As you're all aware, we made a decision here a couple weeks ago to basically cancel Expo for this year. Prior to that, we were ready to come to you with a recommendation to change the location of the Expo next year to somewhere where we could take the mission of reaching more and more of our constituents, or more people who potentially haven't been exposed to the outdoors, to another location. We did some really good, our communications crew did some excellent data gathering, and looked at places where participation, other places in Wyoming where participation was lower than other counties, as potential new places to go, where we could, you know, kind of take the benefits of Expo and move them around the state. To this point, as you're all aware, we've really taken on and prioritized just one statewide Expo. That's where we put all of our resources. We have smaller local functions that go on, but really our main effort is all about the Expo that's been in Casper. The two other communities where we determined through a pretty good analysis of the data where we could have some more impact on kids that don't have as much opportunity to go to Casper was in Gillette, and then also here in Cheyenne. Those are two other places where participation in hunting and fishing is lower, and we have the potential, you know, to gain some more interest in outdoor stuff, outdoor activities. With all that said, my recommendation has changed, and what I would like to do, because Casper's been extremely supportive. We didn't have the opportunity to do it in Casper this year. I would like to do it in Casper one more year, and I would like to do that with the commission's concurrence, and then, you know, have everybody know that we're looking at other targets of opportunity down the road to where we can reach more kids. I don't need a vote or anything. I just want to know if anybody on the commission has any concerns with doing that.
Mr. President, no concerns. I think that's a great idea. It would be fair to go back to Casper again, but then to rotate that between those 3 cities that you mentioned, great idea. Put our show on the road and touch more kids, great idea.
Mr. President,
Mr. Crane?
you know, the one I wonder why you didn't mention is Rock Springs. It's a whole nother city that may be large enough to handle that type of event, and you touch a whole different group of kids in Rock Springs as well.
Yeah, it was, and it was primarily because the participation rates were higher in Sweetwater County as well as Carbon County, as well as, and all the counties north have really high participation rates. So Uinta, Lincoln, and Sublette, those are some of the highest participation rates in the state. So it was more trying to focus on places where kids weren't already taking advantage of those kind of opportunities to give them a new experience. So Sweetwater County is at about, for hunting, 15% and fishing at 20%. And as an example, Laramie County is at 7% for hunting. So it's less than half of the number of people hunting this county. Last thing along the lines of the expo is I did want to commend our communications crew. They very quickly adapted, responded, and wanted to continue to do something, you know, to take us the next best option with Expo. And they did put together, I sent it all to all of you, the Expo at Home. And I've received lots and lots of good, favorable comments from moms, especially. It's given moms something to get their kids focused on while they're at home with them a lot more. And the public's been very happy with it. It's a great opportunity for kids to go online and see all kinds of cool stuff about wildlife. Christine Peterson that was the premier article in Open Spaces and the Casper Star Tribune this weekend was Expo at Home. And so I really want to commend the communications crew for adapting and overcoming, as I would say. And with that, Mr. President.
I'd like to echo that too. We passed that along to friends of ours with young kids, and they were rather grateful. There's something else to look at other than a video game.
Yeah.
Or something like that. So as far as spring bear is concerned, we really
I'm
don't
sorry, I
need to
didn't-
talk about spring bear because this season will be as it is.
Mr. President, real quickly, Director Ryan, what 3 towns did we just mention about the expo?
So Gillette, Cheyenne, leave it in Casper, and then Pat brought up Rock Springs.
Can you look at Rock Springs then?
We will. We'll actually make that one of the, we'll do some real good hard analysis. We're gonna have time to do it. What we would like to do is come to the commission in October and give you an idea of what we're thinking would be best. That gives us about 6 months to look at it. I'll have the communications crew do that. Thank you.
So as far as the spring bear, does anybody have a concern or question? I mean, basically, I'm assuming you're wanting it just to go on as planned.
Just as I think there's about 200 to 300 non-resident spring bear licenses. We don't separate them out. They're just a bear license sold each year. So it's not a significant, it's less than turkey hunters.
Yeah, I think we should go forward as planned.
Yep.
Okay, good. All right. Anything else that you want to visit with Brian about?
Thank you for that.
Hey, thank you. Appreciate it. Mr. Bernhardt.
Good morning, Mr. President, Director Nesbitt, members of the commission. Our next agenda item is a pretty short item that I'll be presenting the Wildlife Division proposed changes to the various regulations that include Chapter 2, that's the general hunting regulation. Chapter 5, it's an antelope regulation. 6, deer, which includes mule deer and whitetail. Chapter 7 is the elk seasons, hunting seasons. Chapter 8 is moose hunting seasons. Chapter 9 is the bighorn sheep and mountain goat seasons. 11 is upland game bird and small game regulation. And then chapter 14 is migratory game bird hunting seasons. And then 15 is the wild bison recreational hunting season. And then finally, chapter 20 is the our wild turkey season. All right, I think we're getting going.
Mr. President, before we go farther, for my apology for not being, do we have this digitally? I can't find it. If
This
Dwayne
we-
could help me while you, I don't want to stop
Mr.
you, you go
President.
ahead, but
Mr. President, members of the commission. So this presentation was formulated just in the last week, and then I finalized it this weekend and got it to Megan early yesterday morning.
okay.
So
We may not have this, but we have all those chapters
You're
somewhere.
right. Yep.
yes,
I can't find my chapters. Where are my chapters?
that's correct. So as you're aware, can you dim the lights?
I have my commission notebook.
Okay. That's good.
Do you want me to-
As you're aware, you know,
Yeah, I
due to
can't
the
find it. If you would.
due to the state and federal guidelines, we canceled our public meetings this year. And in place of those public meetings, our field managers developed PowerPoints, and those were what you saw on March 26th on the department's website. And those presentations covered the same regulations that I just highlighted during my introduction here. We also shared a drive with you of those presentations, of each of those regional presentations you see on this slide. But the other thing that our communications folks could do is look at the unique views on the website. And so during the comment period up through April 3rd, we had nearly 3,000 unique page views of those actual presentations. And you can see the breakdown here by region, how many of those unique page views are recorded on the website. During that time, we received 217 comments online, and you can see the breakdown here for the general hunting. Again, I said that's chapter 2, chapter 5, 6 is deer, 7 is elk, 8 is moose, 9 is the combined bighorn sheep, mountain goat, 11 upland game bird, 14 migratory birds, 15 bison, and then chapter 20 is the wild turkey. And the Casper region also received a handful of comments that were written on paper and then mailed into them. And when you compare that to last year, we had 147 online comments compared to the 217 this year. And then we had 127 written comments. And the written comments a lot of times come when our regions are at a public meeting and they hand out a form at that meeting, and a lot of people sit down and jot their thoughts down after they talk to our field folks. So overall, we still did get a fair amount of, I guess, participation and contact with our publics. The previous slide I showed, we had nearly 3,000 views, unique page views of those presentations the community or the field managers put together. And in addition to that, I asked the regions, we asked them to kind of keep track of what they did for contacts, and they contacted a little over 200 people in that same time period, just to kind of get a sense of what the public wanted to see from hunting seasons. So given the handicap that we had this year with the lack of public meetings, we tried to do a little bit of a different way of going about it. And I think we still reached a fair number of people. And I'll go through each of the chapter regulations today, and we can talk more about some of those comments as we move forward. So what we'll start off with, and we'll just go in ascending order on these commission regulations, and then we'll take a break after each chapter and ask if, you know, it's going to be our recommendation that you pass those regulations as presented or amended. And but we'll start with chapter 2. And chapter 2 basically outlines general hunting definitions, license types, shooting hours, bag limits, the validation of carcass coupons, and other hunting information. The section 2 of chapter 2 commission regulation, we provided some edits to provide clarification. Nothing real major within that section. But when you get to section 12, we added language in there that no person shall use any aircraft to spot, locate, or aid in the taking of trophy game. And then the next change came in at section 20, and language was added to prohibit the use of thermal or infrared image if attached to a firearm with the intent to spot, locate, or aid in the taking of a big game animal, trophy game animal, or wild bison. Section 20 also prohibits the use of real-time video or thermal infrared imaging that's capable of transmitting images to spot, locate, or aid in the taking of bigger trophy game or wild bison. It also prohibits to sell or barter geographic location information to aid in the taking of those animals. Now that section does allow for the use of trail cameras that store images, but it does not transmit it in real time. And so that pretty much covers that chapter 2. And if you should be able to see chapter 2, the draft regulation, but if you have any questions, you can stand for questions on that now. But it is our recommendation that the commission adopt chapter 2, the general hunting regulations as presented.
Any questions for Doug?
Mr. President, Doug, I did get several emails from disgruntled hunters about the proposed change about trail cameras. I guess there's some new devices that will, in real time, send imagery or videos to their phone, and they wanted that to be permissible, and you're suggesting this proposed change doesn't include those?
Mr. President and Commissioner Brokaw, that's correct. Under the fair rule or fair chase standards, we felt that that was one of those technological advances that gave a hunter an unfair advantage to have that real-time information on when that animal was there. And we felt it was too close to being, when it's real time, then they know exactly, they can get it on their phone. And so we felt it was just an effort to instill a little fair chase.
Excellent, thank you.
Hey, Doug, let me just add something there too. So that was actually based on some significant, pretty big effort by both the commission and the department. We did this, I think we started it 3 years ago. It took about a year to do, and the commission considered a lot of the recommendations over a year ago. We had to get statutory authority before we could do this to include trail cameras. But it was one of the recommendations that came out of that effort when we were looking at all kinds of things, long range shooting and the smart rifles. And this came up as one of those issues, the trail cameras that literally had people that were, receiving trail cam videos of there's a cat right here, right now. And that's how they would have cats. They would leave town when the picture showed up, and they would take the dogs out. So.
Yes, and we do have a white paper that summarizes all that stuff that's available as well.
Any other questions from the commission? Megan, do we have anybody waiting online for chapter 2?
Not that I'm aware of yet.
Okay.
So I'm going to reiterate real quick, if it's all right, Mr. President. This is the process. If you wish to comment on chapter 2 and you have not submitted a blue slip in advance, go on to our Zoom, into the Zoom chat box and let us know, or you can email us at wgfvideo.wyo.gov. I think we should probably give him a minute to tell us.
Yeah, for those watching, please bear with us. We're going to do everything we can to make sure anybody who wants to make a comment can do so. So there may be some awkward silence once in a while we wait for you.
Refresh.
Unless Doug's got, anecdote about losing a pool or something like that. What the
Bears in
Giants?
pajamas.
I mean, electronic copy. I don't know why. Pat just sent it, resend it to me.
Yeah, it's
It's a notebook PDF.
it's the same thing that's in your notebook, David. Pete and I just didn't want to kill trees, so we asked him to email it.
Mr. President,
Do you want me to forward it to you?
members of the commission, we did conduct a survey with Wyoming sportsmen regarding what they found acceptable for technology and use of technology, and in the spirit of fair chase. And of those surveyed, things like compound bows and laser rangefinders, lighted arrow nocks, those were all pretty accepted from our sportsmen. But when you got down to two-way communication devices, CO2 powered firearms and electronic calls and things like that, the spirit of fair chase, our sportsmen felt it was diminished significantly once you got down to that level of technology. And so that was one of the reasons that we included those types of things in this section 20 of chapter 2.
Thank you, Doug. I guess we don't have any comments, so I would entertain a motion.
Mr. President, I move we accept chapter 2 as amended.
Is there a second?
Presented. Pick the right words.
As presented.
Thank you.
Is there a second?
President, I second.
We have a motion presented by Commissioner Brokaw and it's seconded by Commissioner Schmidt. Is that correct? All those in favor? Mike?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Right, Sherry?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
All right, moving on to our next, some of the big game regulations. We'll start with chapter 5, but what I want to do is give you a little precursor for today's discussions about some of the big game species. And to help facilitate that, what we did was provided a map here that shows the regional boundaries across the state. Of course, there's 8 wildlife regions. And so today I'll try and break up the hunt areas by these geographic areas so we can kind of facilitate our discussions about maybe some of the localized issues that you may be more familiar with within your commissioners' districts. And it's a little bit of a small scale, but I'll try and explain the color codes here. But anyway, this is the snow water equivalent. And the snow water equivalent is basically the ability of snow to hold water. And they measure it in terms of inches of water. And each year they compare to the long-term average, if you will. And so you can see February 2019, much of the state was green, which is under 100%. And so we basically, last year indicates a pretty mild winter. And my experience has been working in Western Wyoming is once you reach that 105 to 110% of normal precip and snow water equivalent, you start to see impacts on those big game animals in terms of their distribution and their overall survival. And so the image to the right is February of 2020, and you can see there's quite a bit of different color here. And so, I'll go over here. So we're looking at 113% of normal over here, south of Newcastle to Lusk. In around Cheyenne, 114, 122% of the southern end of Laramie Peak. You get to the northern end of Laramie Peak and you're at 147%. And that's kind of that North Shirley Basin. You get north towards Sheridan and Tongue Rivers, 120, 130 over towards the west side of the Bighorns. And then it comes off to a little bit more normal here south of Lander and over towards Parson. But then when you get down towards Rawlins, again, we're back up at 124%. The reason there's a big white area here is that's the basin, the Continental dry basin, and there's no measuring stations in there, so there's no reporting mechanism for that area. You get further up in towards the western part of the state, we're around 112 to 110. And then when you get down to the southwest, we're approaching that 20%. And then that bags country, almost 130. So when I talk about some of the impacts of, our season setting recommendations, they're taking some of these things into consideration, and you'll see that in these slides that I show next. So this is how I'll have this broken out. The rest of the day is the geographic area, and then we'll talk a little bit about the management direction for the region, some of the issues raised, and then the proposed season changes for that general area. And so the first slide, we combined Pinedale and Jackson together. So these hunt areas here as the kind of the reference, general reference of what I'm going to be talking about. So basically their management direction is to maintain a pretty high hunter success, maintain stability within their herds. Population of pronghorn is a little bit below objective there. And in the Pinedale region, they did propose a slight reduction in area 90 due to the reduced hunter success last fall. Some of the issues raised during their public engagement include concerns over total numbers. The sublet mule deer, the sublet pronghorn herd goes from Jackson all the way down to Green River and Rock Springs, so it's a pretty large area, and there's concerns from the public about what that population is doing. Also, some publics raised some concerns that we're harvesting does, even though the population is under objective. And the region is doing that to try and maintain some hunting opportunity, but not have it impact the population. So they do offer some type 4 licenses you'll see in that Chapter 5 regulation that continues to maintain opportunity. Proposed season changes for this year and collectively in this area is decrease of 25 licenses for any antelope, and then 25 licenses for doe and fawn. Moving over to the Cody region, overall they would like to, they're seeing a reduction in licenses to try and allow their populations to increase. Their fawn ratios are pretty low, and so they have some concerns where they're at compared to previous years. It ranges from 38 to 51. Generally, we like to see a little over 60 to 65 for pronghorn. They have increased type 1 licenses in Carter Mountain to provide a little opportunity for the population there that's slightly above objective, and their ratios are at 59 per 100. Some issues raised at the public engagement process include concerns expressed regarding the harvest, regarding fewer pronghorn in the harvest survey. They commented on fewer pronghorn, particularly in Copper Mountain and in the 15-mile herds. So region-wide, what you'll see for proposed season changes there, and again, the yellow kind of shaded area there will be a decrease of 225 any antelope, and then just over 1,000 doe fawn antelope licenses as a reduction there. And what I'll do, I'll go through each of the remaining regions on this, and then we'll have a couple slides that summarize statewide things, and then we can, if at any time, if you guys have questions, just hold me up a little bit.
Yeah, I would say if anybody has a question while he's going through a certain region,
Yeah.
now's the time.
Okay. Perfect, Mr. President.
Mr. President, the proposed season changes is for the whole, a total for the whole region?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, so previous years, I ran through a little bit of information on each chapter regulation, and then I just gave a statewide summary. This year, we thought it would be a little bit better if we kind of portray the geographic area, and then we facilitate a little discussion about the local issues within that division region, wildlife division region.
Thank you.
Sheridan region covers the hunt areas that are shaded in the middle here. I don't know if you call that kind of a pink or a rose. The management direction there is basically most of their pronghorn herds have been pretty close to objective, but they have lower fawn ratios throughout that region. So they have an increased demand for licenses. Most of their license types do sell out. They reduced doe fawn licenses due to some lower populations in some of the areas. And they're monitoring those hunter densities on public land, because in that part of the state, most everybody gravitates towards those little isolated chunks of private land, and so they get a lot of pressure on those. And also they did have some disease impacts in Area 17, so they monitored those this year, and that's some of the reduction that you'll see here. Some issues raised during public engagement. There was general support for the August 15th archery season. You'll see in your packet areas 1 through 5 and 17. We went to an August 15th opening day for archery. There's also some concern regarding Hunt Area 109 regarding the conflict between rifle antelope hunters and archery deer hunters, and that's this area along the foothills. Some of the proposed changes that the region has recommended this year include the reduction of 100 any antelope licenses, a decrease of 500 doe fawn licenses, and then they open the August 15th for that archery season.
Mr. President, question. For Doug, in Area 109, the conflict between antelope and deer hunters, is that because the antelope area runs to the end of November?
So the archery seasons are September 1 for a lot of our, September 1 to September 30th for a lot of the species. And some of the doe fawn licenses, some of the other, the antlerless or the female segments, those seasons are open longer so that we can reach management objectives. And so there's concern that they've got people with rifles out there during times when there's an archery season going for a type 1.
So your archery and your deer, but your rifle and your antelope, is that in conflict?
Let me look it up here real quick. So 109. So for yes, your pronghorn seasons run, the rifle opens September 15th. And there's some folks that are still hunting archery deer that have concerns that there's people out there with rifles.
Is it one person complaining? Is it a hunter safety issue?
There's a few people that complain. They're pretty common theme that was brought up each year from similar folks. But on the other hand, to reach our management objectives there, that we've got a lot of deer in that country. And so 40% of our harvest, if I understand it right, is coming from that month of September. So if we change that ability for people to use a firearm to take doe deer, it really impacts our ability to achieve management goals.
Same with our area. Thank you.
Mr. President, Doug, is this the same area that we approved the license allocation for
Mr. President and
licenses we approved?
Commissioner Rail, if you're referring to the unlimited deer licenses, is that?
No, I'm talking about antelope. Yeah.
Oh, you're talking the women's hunt?
Yes.
No.
It's not the same area.
109 is northwest of Sheridan. Those other areas are out east of Sheridan.
Yeah. Moving over to the Green River region, some of their general management directions are seasons are set to move populations towards the postseason objective. Generally, they're reducing their quotas due to low fawn productivity and survival and winter severity. As I showed you on that earlier slide, some portions of that region had almost 130% of snow water equivalent, and they were starting to see some impacts on those pronghorn populations. They want to maintain some ability to address damage concerns on private lands or irrigated lands. And the winter impacts overall were the most severe along the I-80 corridor and in southern Tarpon County. Some issues raised during the public engagement include concerns relative to the winter and highway impacts on pronghorn, And then they had continued interest, continued issues were raised about the inability to draw licenses and by the locals in Southwest Wyoming. Proposed changes in the Green River region include decreasing 250 licenses for the any antelope, and the Dauphin licenses were reduced to 850 licenses. Moving to the Laramie region, general management. If you look at the Shirley Basin area, they're close to objective. They wanted to maintain season structure, but they do recognize that there's some winter losses there that they have some concerns about. In the Eastern Plains, reducing licenses to address successive years of poor fawn production. So their fawn ratios and the numbers of fawns that they're seeing is declining, and that's resulting in lower population trends. In the Platte Valley areas, they're near objective, but they want to maintain season structure to provide that opportunity and maintain hunt quality. Some of the issues raised there as well include that overwinter mortality, especially that Shirley Basin area. And they also need to maintain some pressure because of the comments regarding late season damage concerns, Iron Mountain and the Hawk Springs off to the east there. Proposed season changes include reduction of any antelope license, 650, Dauphin antelope, 800 licenses reduced, and in Hunt Area 38, they moved a Hunt Area opener delayed till November 1 in Area 38, and that was primarily to address some localized damage concerns and making sure that they were hunting the right antelope and not having it too broad of a season and then the wrong population segments being harvested by hunters. So just an image, this is winter range south of Rawlins, the Atlantic Rim country. And then this is the Mineral X Road. This is a crucial winter range for the red desert pronghorn. And moving into the Lander region. So general management direction for antelope in the Lander region is to maintain that quality and hunting opportunity. They're also participating in Dr. Monte's pronghorn study, which we'll hear more tomorrow on. He'll probably be able to address a little bit of, if you guys have questions. And they would they're proposing to reduce some quotas to address declining antelope populations and low fawn production. And then again, the high winter mortality. Some issues raised during the public engagement include the winter impacts to mule deer and pronghorn, especially in the Rawlins area, support for decreasing license quotas, and concerns raised that were relative to the numbers of antelope and their low fawn survival. And what the region is proposing in these areas that you see kind of in the green transparent shade there, any antelope reduced 400, Dauphin antelope reduced 850. Moving up towards Casper, this is the Pathfinder area on March 5th, and it's winter range for pronghorn. And basically, when they were out in this area, the antelope had shifted off to some different areas. That will move into the Casper region. And some general management here is to maintain herd quality and hunting opportunity, address the buck quality study with Dr. Monte. They're proposing some significant increases in the type 1 quota and a reduction in the type 6 quota to reduce their buck ratios there. They're reducing quotas to allow population growth in the eastern Wyoming from Douglas to Lusk and Newcastle. And then they're considering some modest license increases west of Casper, and that again is tied to Dr. Monte's research. Some issues raised during the public engagement. Most herds in the region are below objective, and hunters would like to see more antelope throughout the region. And they voiced some minor concerns about buck quality and the research in 73. So there's a lot of bucks out there, but just how we go about improving that quality is near and dear to a lot of people's hearts. And so when, it's kind of hard to envision increasing hunter opportunity to improve quality. So some people have some concerns with that. So I think that moves us into kind of a little bit of a statewide summary for the pronghorn population. And so this is a 10-year harvest graph, and the average is about just over 60,000 antelope is the long-term average for licenses, but the harvest is a little bit off from that. Let me see if I got my averages here. Back to that. So the 2019 harvest was 46,000, and we proposed the overall statewide, that's about 6,600 licenses less than 2019. And the average, we generally fluctuate those licenses each year depending on what managers feel the population's doing, and the 10-year average has been minus 1,200 licenses per year over that time. Some years we increase them several thousand. This year we're decreasing that license allocation. One thing that's new for this year, and you'll see in your Chapter 5 regulation, that's the first big game regulation that this is in, but it's common to all of them, is that there's 2 new columns in that regulation, and that's the special archery season dates. And you'll see, in most cases, it's not a big change from what it was last year. It's more providing the hunters with information about what that actual archery season dates are. If you remember last year, you had to go all the way to the back of where this table was that showed all these dates, and there was what's called Section 3. And you had to look across and read to figure out which hunt area you were in and what your archery seasons were. This year we added this into there, so you'll see that in all the big game regulations. In this case, the ones that I mentioned earlier, hunt areas 1 through 5 and 17, we did move that to August 15th. Much better. Yep. Thank you. And so the other part of that was on the hunt planner, to provide a little better customer service, we also added it in there. And if you log into the hunt planner and click into one of those hunt areas, you'll see that there's archery dates open and closed there as well. And it provided a lot of clarity for our constituents, and it made it a little bit more apparent what opportunity they had if they wanted to participate in an archery season. And so with that, the department recommends that the commission adopt Chapter 5, the antelope hunting seasons as presented.
Doug, I have a couple questions. Do you have a slide that shows what proposals were changed due to public comment?
I do not have that on here. We've made a few changes to seasons by region.
I think for future, I think it's important that we show the public that we have heard some of these issues and we have made some changes. And I think it's a perfect time to do that when we're doing this in a commission meeting, to show areas and then also what the public comment and their input has done to change some management possibly. So they know that we do hear them and we do make some changes. So
we can do that.
I think that's important. And so you're not going to show us every single area, as we'll just have to look at it on our own as far as, you showed a region how many licenses were increased or decreased, but you didn't actually show which areas were getting cut or added to.
Yes.
So we're not going to do that.
I didn't get into that level of detail at this point, but I can, if you'd like, I can go through by region.
Well, I'm just checking to see what the format's going to be.
Mr. President, Doug, I saw we had a 91% success ratio. Is that average, above average, below average, say, the last couple of 3 years?
It's pretty similar for pronghorn. Usually stays right in the 90% range. It's pretty common to have that pretty high.
I would like to thank the department for generalizing the archery seasons and making it more consistent statewide. I think that's a super wonderful idea. Any other questions from the commission? All right, we have not a blue sheet anymore, it's a white sheet. Joel from Gillette.
Joel is not on. But
No, no.
our next comment is.
Okay. Is Joel not on because he's not on, going to be on, or just not on now?
He hasn't joined yet, either by phone or.
Oh, he pre-said it. Okay, Steve Martin.
Steve Martin should be able to talk.
Steve.
Good morning, President Doobie, Commissioners, Director Nesbitt. Steve Martin with Bowhunters, Wyoming. Can you hear me?
I can now. Go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, President Doobie, Commissioners, Director Nesbitt. Steve Martin with Bowhunters, Wyoming. Wanted to comment that support the proposed changes to the antelope seasons for the fall of 2020. Also want to thank the department for the proposed changes to areas 1 through 5 and 17 as far as the antelope archery opening dates to August 15th. This makes it statewide, August 15th opener. It gives our youth an opportunity to go out and hunt antelope with archery equipment before the school starts. So just wanted to put that comment out there, and also to save time, show my support to the proposed changes for Chapter 6, Chapter 7, Chapter 8, Chapter 9. And thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Steve. Is this probably the first meeting that you haven't made in forever?
Well, I wasn't able to make the March meeting either. I did listen in, but of course, when hopefully this virus we get a hold of this virus, we can all meet up and have a cup of coffee and a visit.
Okay, thanks for your support, Steve.
Mr. President and members of the commission, in the 3-ring binder that we sent out, we did provide a summary of the changes that the regions made because of as a result of public input. And if you and that should be available also on that thumb drive or the shared drive that we sent you.
Yeah, Doug, I've seen them. I just thought the public should see them.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Still no Joel?
No, he hasn't joined.
All right. Joel's from Campbell County, and he's I visited with him several times. He is you've seen the comments regarding the resident, non-resident antelope licenses, what is considered leftover licenses. He is very passionate about the fact that leftovers should be the leftover licenses situation should be changed regarding how the draw is conducted. All right, I entertain a motion regarding Chapter 5.
Can I make a motion, Galen?
Yes.
Because I want to propose a change.
Oh, no, I got it.
Hey, Pat, can we just, before you go, just for the folks that are listening in one more time, I'm going to reiterate this several times today. If you want to make a comment, go into the chat box on your Zoom and type in your name, your phone number, and that you want to comment. And if you're listening on the phone, email wgfvideo@wyo.gov and let them know the same information. And our folks that are helping us with the meeting here will let the president know.
All right, let's give it a minute to see if somebody wants to jump in. All right.
Sure.
Unless you want to discuss what your motion may be about.
We can do that.
Why don't we do that? Kind of a little bit of departure, but it's kind of on times.
All right. So I, over the past year, have looked at Area 61, Antelope area, quite a bit. I've been out there a lot. I've studied everything I could gather from the department. If you recall, I was not excited that we only issued 50 licenses in Area 61 last year. So having studied it, what I found, I guess, that was most influential on my motion I'm going to make here in a moment is that over the years, we've done a number of classification counts in Area 61. And those involve a biologist or a warden driving a set route, counting the antelope he or she can see from the road, trying to quantify it into bucks, does, fawns. I learned that we haven't flown this area to do line transects, which is the most accurate way apparently to count antelope since 2017. What I found in the historical data was that, for instance, in 2018, we actually saw more antelope during the classification counts than we saw back in 2013 and 2014. In 2013 and 2014, we issued 150 licenses, but in 2018, even though we saw more antelope and counted more antelope in our classification counts, we only issued 100 licenses. The 2019 classification counts that I've studied are roughly comparable to the 2017 when we issued 100 licenses. So I guess the point of all that is you know, if the department had followed the population increases we've seen in this area, we should have issued 150 licenses in 2018 to be consistent with our historical practice, and at least 100 licenses in 2019. And I think what it shows, and it's just, I'm not impugning anybody, but when the commission and the department reduce licenses in regard to some stressor on that population, it doesn't seem that we ever get back to where we were when the population increases. You know, we reduce licenses and it just keeps going down. And if you look at the historical numbers in 61, that's exactly what we've done. I mean, originally, going back to 2010, we had 200 licenses, then it went to 150, then it went to 100, and then it went to 50. And having been out there a lot and looking at it, I guess the other thing I've learned after 5 years on the commission is that many times our license setting numbers and season setting exercise is not really based on the biology of the animals and whether, you know, we can only take 50 or we'll put this herd into extinction. It's many times mostly based on social ideas about what we should do with that herd and or the opinion of biologists. Biologists range from being very conservative to more liberal. So having looked at all this, I'm going to make a motion in just a minute that we increase the number of licenses in Area 61 for this coming season to a total of 150 Type 1 licenses. They're having been out there a lot. I mean, I'm out there 4 or 5 days, I think. I don't think I ever saw less than 100 buck antelope in a very limited area around Bear Oil and Lost Soldier Ridge. And there's just a lot of antelope out there. They are amazing antelope. I think in 2 hours you can see more, I'm going to say 12 to 13 to 15 inch antelope than any place probably in Wyoming. They're heavy base, they have huge prongs. It's just an amazing place for hunter opportunity. And I think we're, if I'm going to err on this year, I want to err on the side of more hunter opportunity for this herd that can sustain that type of harvest.
Any comments to Pat's suggestions?
So that wasn't an official motion, that, we'll wait for that.
We're just discussing, we were waiting to see if there was more.
More
Megan, is there any more
comments?
comments? Okay.
Maybe I'd like to, going back to your, Joel that was supposed to talk today, and he's talked to you, I know he's talked to me, I think Rich has had some conversations with him about that antelope draw and the non-resident piece. That he's concerned with.
Let's handle this first, and then we'll
Okay.
wrap it up.
Okay.
So, any more comments regarding Pat's?
Just one comment here real quickly. That does seem to be the trend of our department is when licenses are reduced, I don't think we react fast enough to increase when the scale goes the other way. So, and I'm not pointing any fingers or anything like that. I sustain it back to the department in a huge way. So just food for thought.
Mr. President, I would make comment. I agree with Pat, and I'm seeing the same trend in our area with elk on private land. And the department was petitioned hard to reduce bull tags to increase bull quality. And I've argued, and I still argue, we should not be managing for trophy elk on private land when the damage claims are so high. It's not a place to have trophy elk. But they got the bull licenses reduced, and now to get them increased is really tough. And we've got 2 producers coming with damage claims in excess of 40 bull elk, December and January, pounding their haystacks. When it's so simple, that is our management tool, and we should be able to use that. And I agree with Pat. Once we reduce, our reaction to increase always behind. And we pay for it in lost hunter opportunity, and then we pay for it a second time with damage claims. So I think if the data supports maintaining those higher licenses, hunter opportunities, then we should do that.
Very good point.
I agree.
The only thing I'd add is antelope are such an amazing Wyoming creature. And, it provides youth hunting opportunities that just aren't there many times with elk or deer. I mean, I can remember growing up going to Du Bois to hunt elk. We didn't have the populations we have now, but you might spend 5, 6, 7 days stomping around the timber and never see an elk on some trips. But with antelope, you can go out, you can ride around in your pickup, you can have a great picnic lunch, your weather's great. It's just something I think we should really focus on hunter opportunity about, and particularly with youth hunters. So I just think it's a shame that we need to increase hunter opportunity in this amazing place.
Any more comments on that? Here, are you prepared to make a motion?
I would move that we accept Chapter 5, the primary antelope regulations, with one change that we issue 150 Type 1 licenses in antelope area 61.
I will second that motion.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Sherry, do you have that?
Yes, sir.
All right, any discussion on it? I don't think your question has anything to do with this right now. Any more discussion on this? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Hold on, Brady, we have to do a roll.
Aye.
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 All right, thank you. Mike?
Yeah, I was just curious, getting back to your statement, Pete, on this non-resident animal draw and this individual that's supposed to talk. Can somebody explain to me exactly how that works? We've got, what is it, the 20% goes to non-resident stuff in antelope?
Yes.
And we have the initial drawing. And his concern is in northeast Wyoming, I think, where there's.
Well, his concern is anywhere. It's more along, what I think would be beneficial in something like this is if you would have Jennifer, that maybe at the next meeting or something, fully explain how the antelope draw is conducted. Some of it is not really knowing how it's done. All resident licenses, all choices are picked first,
right,
before non-resident is even picked one. And not everybody knows that. They think that the non-resident gets them first, and then the resident gets what's left, and it's somewhat confusing. So I think it might be beneficial at a future meeting that we actually go over how that happened, because there's a lot of questions about it.
And I would agree with that. I think that's a great idea, Pete, that we set that as a separate agenda item to talk about that and make sure we all understand.
And Joel is very, I mean, he's very passionate
He's
about
very
this.
passionate about it.
And there's enough comments that you've seen in the booklet that regarding this topic that it would probably behoove us to have some informational type thing.
Yeah, I like that. I agree. End of discussion for me.
Anybody else? All right, move on to the next chapter.
So we've got,
So same format, what I'd like to do is move into chapter 6, and this is the mule deer regulation. And we start with the Jackson region, and it's on areas off to the very far portion of the map here. And the management direction there is manage the Wyoming range towards that 40,000 objective. Population is currently at 30. Fawn ratio is only at 59. Buck ratios in the northern portion of that region, I guess it's region G, are 59 per 100 or 41 per 100. And over winter survival on the northern portions of that region have been pretty good this last year. We're a little bit concerned about it initially, but what it turns out after managers went out and counted animals, it looks like we're right about average with what would be lost for fawns on a typical winter on the northern portion of that area. Southern end down there, it's still a little bit concerning. So they continue to have conservative seasons. If you remember in 2017, we instituted an APR. The APR is an antler point restriction, and managers will use that if there's concerns from the public regarding buck quality. But when they implement it, they only like to implement it for a 2 to 3 year period. And we've had it in place here in the Wyoming range now for 3 years. And so managers went back to the public and proposed removing that APR. And so that's in the proposal you'll see in the packet for these hunt areas in here. Some of the issues that were raised by the public, there was mixed support for taking that APR off. Some people thought it was great to get rid of it, but we're also receiving a lot of comments that public did not really want to see that change made. There's also concerns about low deer numbers and the impacts of winter. And we still hear about hunter crowding in some of those high mountain basins where a lot of people gravitate towards to hunt deer in September. Proposed season changes for the Jackson region include adding 10 whitetail deer licenses, any whitetail deer, and then decrease the doe fawn whitetail deer licenses by 25. The two regions here, regions G and H, that are encompassed portion of the Jackson region, there's no change proposed for that non-resident quota. Moving over to the Cody region, general management direction is with the exception of the Clark's Fork and the Upper Shoshone herd, so these herds over in here, they saw a marked reduction in fawn production this year. And so they've reduced overall doe fawn harvest to allow herds to increase towards their objective. They have 7 of their 8 herds are below objective, and only 1 herd is at the lower limit of that population objective. If you remember, you set an objective that if it's at 10,000, they can manage between 8 and 12,000. They have a plus or minus 20%. So that 1 herd is at the the lower end of being at objective. They still have to manage to address localized damage concerns, and they see increasing whitetail deer opportunity as something that they continually strive for. Some issues raised during public engagement. Hunters expressed concerns in the field that in the harvest survey regarding their deer numbers in the southwest portion of Bighorns, Gray Bowl River area, the North Bighorns, and the Upper Shoshone deer herds. And they decided to not make any significant changes to their proposed seating structures for the 2019 season.
Some of the changes they did propose for this year include antler deer. They decided to reduce 100 licenses. Doe fawn opportunity reduced 400, and they increased the any whitetail deer licenses by 200, and the doe fawn whitetail deer licenses by 300. And in regions F, M, R, X, which entail parts of the Cody region, no changes are proposed.
Mr. President, Mr. Grant, Doug, last year in this region, there was a lot of angst about some changes we made. We're trying to make some changes to protect some of the more mature bucks and stuff, so.
Mr.
How has it
President.
worked out? What did we hear from the public this year? What did we hear from the outfitters?
Yes, Mr. President and Commissioner Crank, I asked the region that this morning, and they said they hadn't heard much of anything one way or the other from folks. That the change they feel was implemented and it addressed some of the concerns they had with the wrong deer being harvested or more vulnerable. And they did not have really any feedback from anybody that was raised concerns regarding that season's change last year. So they wanted to keep the same change implemented another couple years and then see what they could assess from it.
Okay, but we didn't see the hue and cry that we heard last year about it.
They did. Shifting over to the Sheridan region, general management, the mule deer herds are below objective. They maintain a conservative season structure. They saw some improved fawn ratios this year, and they do have a little higher postseason buck-doe ratios. Whitetail numbers, again, causing depredation concerns, and we have some comments from people reflecting that. And they maintain a liberal season structure for whitetails because of that. And then they also have trying to manage to address CWD prevalence in the region. Some of the issues raised during public engagement include concerns with the low deer numbers. Proposed area 25 deer seasons are not conservative enough. Area 25 in the foothills here. And some concerns regarding implementing more conservative mule deer seasons just in the Bighorn Mountains in general. Some of the changes the region is proposing for this year include that 118 type 8, they increase that by 150. Area 24 type 8, they convert that. That was unlimited, I thought we were referring to before. And it was unlimited. They generally sell around 2,400 licenses. They're just going to set that at a 3,000 quota. And then in area 25, the APR, we're going to implement an APR point limitation. And in areas 23, 26, increase type 3s by 200. And then they have moved some doe seasons to September 1 to address crop damage in 23 and 26. And then in area 33, they removed 25 type 6 licenses. And then the non-resident regions C and Y, which so more of the flatlands or rolling hills out here, Powder River, and then the foothills, no change. Green River region, they continue to manage their populations towards objectives, and they have minimal damage concerns, but they do have some localized damage concerns. And non-resident regions licenses were reduced in Region K over concerns for lower deer numbers. They've had 3 bad winters in a row in this area, and so they're concerned with populations in both the Lincoln and Uinta counties. And they'll maintain their APRs in the areas down here. But remember, I mentioned earlier in the Jackson region, they're proposing to remove the APRs in the northern portion of that area. Some issues that were raised, again, the winter impacts in Uinta and southern Lincoln counties, southern Carbon County, maintain the weekend opportunity. Our constituents in that part of the state really like to have weekends for hunting, and so they'd like to see a couple of weekends that are available to participate in deer hunting there. And there are mixed support for the APR. So we're hearing from some publics that would like to see them removed and others that want to make sure that we maintain them. There are proposed season changes in the region, reduce the antlered any deer licenses by 75, reduce the Dauphin licenses by 125. And as I mentioned, the Region K, which is this very southwest corner of the state, they're proposing to reduce that from 500 to 300 licenses. And Region W and Region G are no change. Laramie region, they also have populations that are below objective, and they're managing to try and maintain populations. But they also have to mitigate for that private land damage. Their deer moving on to private lands. They continue to work to align their buck ratios with management guidelines, whether it's recreational or special, and they continue to provide opportunity for whitetail deer harvest. Some issues that were raised within the region include the poor 2019 hunting conditions. That was pretty much region-wide, and discussions on the Platte Valley season length. I've heard from the publics on that, and they also have concerns about CWD. Proposed changes in the Laramie region include the antlered deer, no change. Dauphin deer, decreased 50 licenses. They were going to extend the sheep mountain season by 4 days. That's at hunt areas 60, 61 through 74 and 77. And then regions D, J, and T, no changes.
Mr. President, Mr. Greg, several years ago, we started a collaring study on Sheep Mountain or someplace in that area.
Mr. President and Commissioner Crank, yes, that's correct. There's a deer study there, and we're going to allocate a little bit of money to them for this next year to kind of continue that study, to look at that movement patterns of those deer and keep focusing on habitat improvement projects that can help that deer population out.
So maybe sometime in the future, if you could come back and give us a report on what's shown, if anything.
Yeah.
Sheep Mountain got burned so hard, and it was total cheap grass, and just a hard place to be a deer anymore.
Yeah, that's a real interesting herd unit too, because a lot of those deer migrate south. It's a trans-border population. And I think maybe just what we ought to do there, Doug, is provide a presentation to the commission in July on all of those. We've got several of those smaller coloring studies around the state, and maybe just update the commission on all of those the next meeting.
Okay.
Thanks, Doug.
Moving into the Lander region, their management direction is to address declining deer numbers, and they maintain that conservative season structure because of those declining populations. And they'd like to maintain that harvest to increase buck-doe ratios. And they also have an expanding whitetail deer population, so they continue to see opportunity for whitetail deer hunting expand. Some issues raised during the public engagement: some resistance to the APRs in Lander and Jeffrey City areas, concern and support about the declining deer numbers in the project herd and its impact on the CWD project as this area out in here in the mixed land ownership patterns with the reservation. And then there's some concern about eliminating the season. So they did, and you'll see in your packet that they proposed to do away with the youth season. And that was primarily because of concerns from the ranchers, and that see the youth season as a kind of a standout in that, I'm trying to remember the two areas there, but a lot of people, that's their destination before the regular season opens up. And so landowners are concerned about the amount of take that's occurring in those areas. In the Casper region, management there addresses those declining mule deer numbers as well. You'll see that there is a reduction this year in Region A, licenses and the Dauphin licenses for the Black Hills. There's slight adjustments to the type 1 licenses. However, there's a continuation of APRs in areas 65 and 66, status quo harvest on white-tailed deer in most areas, and increased doe harvest in and around the Douglas area. And there continues to be a lot of concerns from our publics over the below objective mule deer populations. What the region is proposing in the Casper area is a decline, is less than 50 less licenses for antler deer, less 600 licenses for Dauphin deer, and then the region A licenses would have decreased from 4,500 down to 4,000, and then region B, no change.
Mr. President, Commissioner Greg, Doug, and Commissioner Schmidt, I mean, that's your playground is region A. I mean, I thought we had boatloads of whitetails. Is there something happened the last year, Doug, or Mike?
I mean, there's still a lot of deer up there, but the numbers were noticeably down last year on my place. I personally saw those.
Okay. And Mr. President, Commissioner Crank, from talking with the region, it's kind of localized. Some areas are really down on deer, and so they're trying to balance their approach to this, because some areas you can drive out and still count deer in every field and lots of deer. And some of those landowners, they may still have some concerns, but collectively, the whole region, the general feeling was that numbers were down slightly, and that decrease was warranted. Sure. Moving to the Pinedale region, general management continued conservative seasons. And again, this is collectively with region H and G. If you remember, in 2017, after that severe winter, we implemented this antler point restriction. And this is we've had it for 3 years now. And so managers had proposed that to the public to remove that limitation for deer. And they continue to work to address damage concerns near the Farson area. Some issues raised during public engagement include the mixed support for the APRs, declining deer populations and winter impacts. Public's still concerned about the severity of winters. And we also heard that some feel that 21-day season is just a little bit too long. And there was a call for parity between regions G and H. So we have some different opening dates with regard to that area because of the migratory patterns and the movements of those deer. And then also you get to the southern end, and our constituents there like to have a couple weekends. And so there's some changes that are proposed, or some differences between those seasons. Some of the changes that Pinedale region has proposed, no changes to antler deer, Dauphin deer, increase of 50 licenses. And again, that's to address some of those localized damage concerns. And regions G and H, no proposed changes. So statewide, we saw a decrease of 1,800 licenses for this year. And the 2019 harvest was just over 24,000 deer, or 42% success. And the non-resident region quotas, you'll see that, as I mentioned, region A, a decrease of 500, and then the other regions remain the same until we get down to region K, a reduction of 200, region L, a reduction of 50, and M stays the same, region Q, a reduction of 25, and then the rest of the region, non-resident regions, would remain the same.
Doug, how are we doing with our mule deer? I mean, are we making any headway in some places, starting to grow some more deer? I mean, we're cutting tags, and we're spending a lot of money on mule deer, rightfully so. But are we seeing any positives out there? Can you help?
Yeah, Mr. President, I really feel strongly that we've got a lot of good momentum up. We've got a lot of projects that are lined up and ready to move forward that are improving some of those habitats. Are we seeing it on the ground? I'd like to say on a local scale, yes, we are. But we can certainly provide a little more analysis, and Ian's going to be up tomorrow to talk about some of the projects that are out there. But if we're I think in the northern Wyoming range might be a good example of that. We're seeing those deer, and Kevin will talk tomorrow. Those deer, some of them are in pretty darn good shape, but we know when there's poor habitat conditions out there that those deer are on a lower nutritional plane. And so we're getting to the point, I think we can do a little more analysis and come back to you guys and talk a little bit about that. But I'm optimistic that we'll see some body conditions improve on some of these areas where we've got these projects in place. But I haven't been able to quantify that as of yet. And Director, do you have any other insight?
I think, one of the terms that one of our wildlife management coordinators uses a lot is arrest the decline. And, if your goal, you don't believe that it's achievable to increase deer numbers, arresting the decline is something that is a laudable goal. And I actually, when you look statewide, I'm very cautiously optimistic that the down is flattened a little bit on a statewide basis for mule deer specifically. But yeah, we certainly don't have wonderful news statewide to provide the commission yet.
And then our harvest is, as I mentioned, the harvest level is just over 24,000. That's comparatively to the previous years. So on white-tailed deer, that's the other side of this coin, is that the white-tailed deer continue to do really well and expand. And so our managers are continually trying to expand opportunity and maintain pressure on those populations. We maintain a really high number of type 8s, which are the Dauphin licenses. And really, managers don't really care that much for white-tails deer statewide, so they'd like to see more mule deer. It's more iconic for Wyoming. And here's our white-tailed deer harvest. So we did propose, so in that draft regulation that you guys have in hand, we did propose some additional changes to that. And what I'd like to do is maybe hand out. And for Chapter 6, it just entails a slight change to the Hunter 121, 122 season. So and you'll see at the top there. So I included all the next couple regulations where we made a slight change to the regulation, but you'll see what we want to do for areas 121 and 122 is delete the second set of archery season dates to reduce that confusion. So if you will, you'd see that 121, September 1 to September 30th, it says the first line there is that's the archery season. And then the rifle season is November 1 to November 10th. And then if you drop down below that, it has general season, and it says we are proposing that we cross off the September 1 to September 30 because that season continues on for the remainder of the month of November, but it just provides a little bit of confusion in the way it's written now because it shows that there's an archery season date there, but it's already addressed above. So we're proposing to delete those dates out of those two references made to an archery season when it's already opened. And so it's our recommendation that the commission adopt that amendment and then proceed to the overall Chapter 6 regulation approval.
Any comments on the proposed changes to Chapter 6?
And Mr. President, I think you would need a motion to
see if any questions. Do you want to make a motion to that effect?
To make this correct.
Correct.
I think it's an amendment after you made a motion to pass the reg, right?
You want to do that?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think once there's a motion to adopt the reg as presented, it can be a part of that motion. We can do one motion at one
time to accept this change along with.
Mr. President, I motion that we accept the recommendations on this chapter and along with the motion, or along with the change. Is that how you want to present it?
I think we need to get public comment first.
Well, we can make a motion, then we'll make a comment. Is there a second to that?
I'll second.
Get that, Sharon?
Yes, sir.
All right. We don't have any blue sheets, but is there anybody waiting?
No, there isn't.
Okay. So any discussion on this?
I just got some general, couple of questions for Doug. You made a comment about the preference of mule deer or whitetail deer. I'm curious in western Wyoming, where we have under-objected numbers in our Southern herd and Wyoming herd. When I look through there, there's very limited whitetail tags available. What's your opinion of that, Doug? Because I know all the creek bottoms there, Large Creek, Fonthill, Green River, the Cottonwoods, Forest Creek, all hold a certain amount of whitetails in there. So I was just curious what your thoughts were.
Yeah, Mr. President and Commissioner Smith, most of the managers feel that, winter severity is a little tougher on whitetails. Are not as migratory. And so some of those higher mountain basins, those deer, if they can eke out of winter and if we get more mild winter conditions, we'll see them better able to withstand severity, and over winter survival will increase. And so there's the weather component that I think limits them. And then for most of my career, we've always maintained that if we start seeing whitetails, we change the limitations to say any whitetail deer, antlered mule deer, so that if a person is out, they do have the opportunity to remove animals as they show up.
Okay. But is the opinion, if whitetail deer are kind of not as desirable as mule deer, should we be issuing more of those type 3 tags to help, not only help keep that population low, but from my understanding, whitetail deer and mule deer kind of compete.
Yes. And I'd say that it's kind of our opinion too, that if they're there, we're gonna continue to enhance that opportunity. But at some point, it's a little bit of a diminishing return, that you could put a real high quota there, but there may not, there may be a lot of dissatisfied license holders.
Unfilled tags.
Yeah. And so we're trying to balance that, but also keep those deer populations from becoming more prominent in that part of the state.
Okay. Now I have one more question for you, Doug, and this is up in the other corner of the state, up in the Black Hills. I've just had a few people hit me up over the course of the last couple of years. And I haven't talked to Chris or Joe over there at all, so in all fairness to them. What is the thinking behind no deer hunting in that area in October?
I will have to get back to you on that,
Okay.
unless one of the.
That's more of a Joe or Chris question.
Yeah. Would you want to see if one of the guys is on, or we just get back to them?
We should see, I'll bet that either Justin Benford or Brian Wilson.
Yeah.
Okay.
If they're on the phone, they could be unmuted, or on Zoom, they can be unmuted.
Could we see if Justin or Brian would chime in here?
They should be able to unmute themselves at this point.
Can we hear ourselves? Yeah, unmute yourself. Can you guys hear us?
Yep, we hear you, Justin.
I'm unmuted. Okay, talk. Okay, Commission President, Director Nesbitt, Commissioner Schmidt. I guess the main rationale is just, the Black Hills probably experienced the longest hunting seasons in the state. They've always just been a traditional November season. So north of I-90, you already have a 30-day season. South of I-90, you have a 20-day season in hunt areas 4 through 6. So it's really just been sufficient. It's basically decades and decades of tradition of November hunting during the rut. As far as October goes, we also have some elk seasons going on up there. So we have elk hunt area 1, which is a mid-October opener, and that's a really highly sought after license. So deer hunting would also conflict with that as well. I guess that's basically about it.
Thank you, Justin.
Okay, thanks. That for now. That's good for now.
Any more discussion on the motion? Anything else, Megan? Nobody?
Nope. That's it.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Oh, I'm sorry, aye.
Aye.
All righty. Thank you. I think we'll break for lunch. What time is it now?
Lunchtime, 12:15.
So 1:15. Good? Or what? 1:15. 1:15. We'll see you at 1:15.
Zoom is on. Okay. Hey, real quick, for those folks that are just joining us that weren't here this morning, we have initiated for this commission meeting an advanced blue slip process where folks that are interested in commenting, and you're going to comment before the meeting, we're asking you to either use the Zoom link in the chat box on there to let us know. If you've already submitted your blue slip, we've got that, and we will call on you to comment at the end of each chapter. But if you didn't, you still have the opportunity. You need to either type into the chat box on Zoom that you want to comment, or you can email wgfvideo@wyo.gov. Again, that's wgfvideo@wyo.gov. And our folks will make sure that the president and I know that you want to comment. We'll allow you to address the commission. Thanks.
All right, Mr. President, Director Nesbitt, members of the commission. So with that, we can move into the presentation mode here and see where it shows up. And we can advance into chapter 7. And let's just start off with a little bit of discussion. So before, Mr. President, you were asking a little bit about some of the changes. And so in chapter 7, we did make a number of changes, and we'll make sure that we incorporate those into the presentation to show visually. But just to start with area 7, the Laramie Peak area, there was a lot of discussion, and you'll see when I get to the Casper slide, about hunting opportunity for bulls. And the region had initially had a proposal to allow for some elk hunting late for any elk in the area, and they did move back away from that. And so you'll see the season is back to the current, what it was last year, where they wanted to expand any elk hunting opportunity later in the season, and there was some concern from the public about that. Area 25, the region had looked at proposing to increase some hunting opportunity for elk, and the public comment was concerned about that, and so they moved that season back. Area 28, they made some changes to season dates, and some opportunity for the, I believe, the type 6 licenses. And 41, they added some additional opportunity and based on public comment. And then when you get into the western part of the state, the areas around 106, 107, they had proposed to change some opportunity for rifle hunting there, and the public had concerns with an October opening date, and they went back to an October 15th because of that public comment. The first slide that I, in the presentation, just shows one of the emergency feeding operations, and we had a number of emergency feeding operations for elk. And basically, if you remember what I said, when we reach about 105 to 110% of snow water equivalent, it appears like that really influences animal distribution and where they go and what they do for cause for damage. And so we saw that in Star Valley and in the Cokeville area. So with that, I'll just move to the first slide. It advances there. Well, so the Jackson elk seasons. Again, the map shows the geographic area. So they got all 4 of their elk herds are at objective, and again, they managed to maintain those elk at objective. So they reduce license quotas, but they want them out. Ultimate goal is to maintain populations near their objective. They conserve the long distance migrations, and I'll talk a little bit more about this when we get to the park seasons. But they've got elk that migrate basically from these summer ranges, the tops of these ridges in the southern portion of Yellowstone, migrate through 71, 70, and all the way down to the National Elk Refuge. And so they're trying to maintain the perpetuity of those migrations. Instead of just setting a hunting season to reach objective, they got to tweak their hunting seasons, and they end up being complex seasons, but the ultimate goal is to preserve those long distance migrations. They do have some localized damage issues on private lands. They're continue to work towards providing any elk seasons south of Jackson. So these two areas here, 84, 85, that's the Fall Creek herd. They ran a season the last couple of years where they closed it down to any elk, and it was just antlered elk, spikes excluded. And so this year they're moving that back to an any elk season, any elk spikes excluded through the entire season. And some of the issues that were raised over this during this seed setting process are lower elk numbers in area 90, the upper end of the Grays River, and then concern over bull numbers and the ratios in this 84, 85. Some of the changes that the region has proposed this year is they reduced antlered elk by 25 licenses, and they added 110 any elk licenses there. And so typically what we do at this point is we have the National Park Service sends one of their rangers down to discuss the proposed season for Grand Teton Park. And so they provided us the slides. What I'd like to do is walk through those slides and just give you a little background on where they were at after they met with our regional personnel in Jackson and came up with season recommendations. And I'll try and explain their rationale for the season. So if you remember, the park has an enabling legislation that creates the expansion of the park. And when that occurred, there was concern raised by the public that there would be no ability to manage elk that migrated through Grand Teton Park. So the enabling legislation basically says that they can have an elk reduction or controlled reduction of elk in the park by hunters licensed by Wyoming and deputized as park rangers when it is found necessary for the purpose of proper management and protection of the elk. And at the time, in the 1950s, when this was expanded, there really wasn't any resident elk. It was all elk that came from Yellowstone and the Teton Wilderness. Now today, based on the hunting season structure that we have and the protection of an area in the park, we see a large number of elk that are residing in Grand Teton Park, and then we also have the migrations. And so we're trying to manage hunting seasons that still afford elk protection that come from those northern areas through the Teton Wilderness. So we meet to develop cooperatively develop season structure, and the reduction is intended to harvest both, again, those resident elk in the park and the migrating elk. And then those hunters are deputized as park rangers, and then the park permit is required. And so when we do our draw in the middle of May, we'll send the Park Service the names of all those people that were successful at getting that license. And then they're in turn sent a card that is a permit for them to hunt in the park. And then each hunter can only harvest one elk, and this regulation requires that the governor and the NPS regional director approve it each year. One of the guiding principles of that park management is the elk and bison management plan, which I'm sure you've heard little bits and pieces about over the years, but it's a 2007 recorded decision that the park and refuge worked on to recognize the goal of 11,000 elk, to establish a winter objective for the National Elk Refuge of 5,000 on feed. And it also brought up that the Park Service would like to see 35 bulls per 100 cows in Grand Teton. So what the Park Service has done is got together with our field people, and they take a look at a midwinter count, and so that's what our folks do. And they came up with 10,985 elk that they counted. That included 1,100 on winter range, and then the balance of that on feed. So just almost 10,000 on feed. They add a correction factor, so that assumes that they miss about 10% of the number that were on native range. So they missed probably about 100, a little over 100 head of elk. And so the overall population then they figure is around 11, just over 11,000 elk. And that's the second column here. You'll see. That includes on feed, what was on native range, accounting for some that they missed, and that was their total population. So then they take that number and they look at their numbers of calves that they count in the summers, 32 per 100 cows. And so that means there's got to be about 2,400 calves in the population. And so they estimate that they had about pretty close to 12,500 elk following calving season last year. So that's what they base, what they are going to estimate that they can use to set a hunting season. So then they look at again, so they got a, that means there's about almost 1,500 elk that need to be harvested just to bring that population back down to the objective. They account for a little bit of a wounding loss just based on radio-collared animals and what over lots of years of following radio-collared elk around, they figured they lose about 19% above what they harvest. And then they look at the proportion of harvest that they're trying to achieve with cows, which is 50%. And then what they figure that the park would contribute about 29% of the overall harvest for the population. So they want to achieve 175 harvests in Grand Teton Park. To achieve that, they look at a 31% hunter success the last couple of years. That means they got to issue 552 licenses in that hunt area of Grand Teton Park. Hope that's as clear as mud. All right, so then they have the elk reduction program map on the left here, and you'll see that the red area on the north, that's hunt area 79. They did close that just based on calf ratios and numbers of elk on the refuge. And again, those northern migrating elk that come from Yellowstone typically come down Gravel Creek, Main Creek, Pacific Creek, and come through here. And then there's an eastern migration that comes in off of, this is Lava Creek here, and then they come in through this area as well. And so the park has always tried to maintain that they're willing to try to reduce pressure on those long distance migrants so that we don't cause that population to decline. And so the main area that still remains open is this area 75. And then they have the river bottom here is closed because of the grizzly bear issues a few years ago. And then once we get into the hunting season, all those migratory elk end up crossing Antelope Flats, these northern migrants. And so to reduce their vulnerability, once they start showing up, we've always tried to reduce that vulnerability. So in this case, you'll see that Antelope Flats closes on the 23rd of November. And that's pretty typical that those Yellowstone elk get. So what they are proposing for this year is November 2nd to December 8th season. Antelope Flats closes the 24th. They have 25, they're going to increase 20, no, they're going to have 25 type 4 licenses for antlerless and 350 type 6 licenses. That was 2019, sorry. And then for 2020, they're going to bump those up so that they have 550 permits total. And the season will be November 7th through the 13th. Antelope Flats closes on the 23rd of November. And they have 50 type 4 licenses and 500 type 6 licenses. And then 179, the season will remain closed, and they'll continue to have hunters submit for a CWD sample.
Mr. President, Doug, why did they close 79?
So the park bases a lot of their management on their trend counts, and we had always been very conservative and concerned about the migrating elk from Yellowstone. So when I first moved to Jackson, we were issuing 1,500 bull tags for just this country here. And we immediately started reducing that because of the drop in calves that were in those migratory elk populations. So basically in the teens. And so those migratory elk were having a real difficult time bringing a calf through the first year of life. And so we knew that they couldn't sustain a lot of harvest. At the same time, the Park Service, in their northern portions that they surveyed, they were seeing a similar trend with very few calves coming through the fall. And so we wanted to start backing off on seasons, and it got to the point that was like, why even run a season here if the elk population can't sustain it? And that was kind of where we're at. So we started cutting back enough, and then the Park Service just a couple of years ago has asked that we just completely close that season.
Mr. President. And you used to be able, if you got a 79 tag, I think then you could apply to hunt on the river bottom or Blacktail Butte or Hamlet Flat, is that right?
Yeah, there was a lot of different things that we did with that season structure, so that it made it more appealing for people to still apply for it, get spread out. They could come south after a certain time.
And so all that stuff is gone as well.
Yeah. Mr. President and Commissioner Crank, at some point, our managers believe that we'll get to the point where we can start talking to the Park Service about some opportunity if elk numbers come back. But right now, the migratory elk, if you put 10 radio collars on elk in the refuge down here, historically, I'd like to say that at least 4 of those would go to Yellowstone and then some to the Teton Wilderness. And now we only have about 1 to 2 that make that trek. And so the writing's on the wall, and we got to be very conservative and concerned about how we set a hunting season and not cause harm to those longer distance migrating elk populations. Because what we're doing is we're trading off animals that migrate into the Central Valley of Grand Teton for elk that used to go 60 miles into Yellowstone.
Mr. President, do those counts? A while back you showed us some infrared photograph or helicopter footage fly in that area behind the golf course, behind the airport, along the Snake River. Large number of elk in there. So do the numbers you gave us, do those include those elk?
The numbers, yes.
The overall
Population number. And so, Mr. President and Commissioner Crank, that's the problem with basing things on a winter count. So if you placed a funnel over this and you got that narrow neck down here at the bottom, this is the narrow neck, but it funnels a huge big part of this country, but there's a huge number of animals that come from over here, and that continually just increases. And when they reproduce over here, this is the private land right by Teton Village, and that's where that infrared video came from. Those elk, whenever we've looked at that, they reproduce at basically twice the rate that an elk does from Yellowstone, or they have the chance of having a calf survive at twice the rate. So I'm going to generalize this, but if they're down here, you'd have 40 to 50 calves per 100 cows. If you're in Yellowstone or the Teton Wilderness, you might have high teens or 20s that you have your calves that come out of there in the fall. And so when they all get to the refuge and you count 10,000 elk and you run 20 calves per 100, that's being optimistic, because some of those, the number is actually melded together with those elk that are reproducing at a real high rate. And so there's a risk at setting a hunting season that doesn't provide some protection for those longer migrants.
Mr. President, I guess I would guess that those elk that live amongst houses and on the private land by the ski area and the golf course, and they maybe are less subject to large toothy creatures than the ones that go up Pacific Creek or Lava Creek or towards Yellowstone.
And Mr. President and Commissioner Kank, that's certainly what we believe, is that those elk just don't have the vulnerability to the numbers of wolf packs and the density of recolonizing grizzly bears. Although the last couple of years now, and we're starting to see more grizzly bears starting to figure that out. And as those bears expand, we're going to see more conflict. And so we're a little bit sensitive to the public safety concerns in this area as those large carnivores do expand. And certainly something that we got to be cognizant of.
And is there any hunting where that protected, I guess I'll call them the protected group of elk live?
Yes, Mr. President and Commissioner Crank, we really balance. So if you look at in your regulation under that Area 78, if you remember that long discussion we had a few years ago with then President Commissioner Anselmi, we adapted season structure to maximize the opportunity the public could take cow elk. And then we went to a general cow elk season there just to get some opportunity for people to take an elk in that area. And we do take a fair number of elk out of that particular area. But you got to look at it collectively, and that's where we get into this discussion with Grand Teton Park. Is their season structure is very integral to the management of the southern portion of this herd unit, because if we didn't have that Grand Teton hunting season, that population would continue to grow and would continue to have those high calf ratios, theoretically could double every 5 years. And so we're very cognizant of using the radio collar data and looking at the vulnerability of those animals as they migrate across this narrow stretch to get to the refuge. It's a very complex season, to be sure. I'll go ahead and move on if I can. So that moved to the Cody region then, and we can kind of see against the kind of the yellow transparent area here, all those hunt areas. They're, again, elk, statewide elk are doing phenomenally well, other than some of those localized areas in the extreme western part of the state where they migrate from the parks where a lot of those large carnivores are established. But in general, our populations are pretty close to management objectives or over. The Cody region works to maximize elk harvest through liberal licenses and timing of hunts, but still trying to maintain some hunt quality. In the Absaroka and gooseberry herds in this country down in here, they focus hardest on those front country elk that have higher calf production, similar to what I mentioned with Grand Teton. You've got some localized populations that reproduce at a real high rate, and the ones that travel the longest, they don't seem to do as well. And so they continue to allow backcountry hunters with an opportunity to have an access and opportunity to hunt, but yet they need to allow those populations to recover. Some issues raised during public engagement. There was some opposition to 154 Type 7, the proposal to shorten that season on the front end. They had a request to add some Type 1 licenses to Hunt Area 48 in 48 over here. So again, proposed season changes, any elk, they did decrease 40 licenses overall in the region. Antlerless elk, they did reduce 775, but I'm going to propose a change here when we get through Chapter 7 that you'll see. And that primarily was a reduction of the Type 6 licenses and in Area 66. And in this area, they've always been tweaking that season and bumping it up and bumping it up. And last year they did propose 600 licenses there. They had a lot of concern from their publics. They did some surveys. They really couldn't find out. Hunter success was 19% there. And the region maintains a high opportunity for people to participate in that hunt so that the elk population doesn't become too established. But we're at a point where they feel that they're getting a lot of negative feedback from our publics regarding that season structure. And so in your draft regulation, I think the region was proposing to go to 200 licenses, and we're gonna make a recommendation for an amendment to the Chapter 7 to bring that back to 350, just so that we can keep pressure on that population of elk so they don't become established and cause problems on those private lands. Moving to the Sheridan region. Again, this is another one of those areas. All of their elk populations seem to be doing really well. They're basically reaching a point where private land access limits have been achieved, and you know, we're reaching the landowner tolerance for hunters coming in and getting access. And so they're kind of balancing their management with that access issues that they face in that part of the state. They maintain liberal antlerless and cow-calf seasons, and generally are running pretty high bull ratios. There's concern with some of the public concerns regarding Area 38 and the bull quality. And then some of the proposed season changes that they are looking at for this year include increasing the any elk licenses by 120, antlerless elk license by 65, and cow-calf licenses by 50. Moving a little bit west to the Green River region, general management direction is to maintain population objectives and maintain that bull quality. In this part of the state, our constituents are extremely passionate about elk hunting and elk quality. And so there's a real high public demand for licenses there. And so we have special management herds there southwest of Rock Springs, both the South Rock Springs and Steamboat herds. And for Area 124, that public are really keyed in on what those ratios are and what quality is there. They continue to have seasons that address localized damage concerns. And overall, there's a liberalization of the any elk and antlerless seasons there. The public raised concerns about the hunter densities in the Sierra Madre and some of the more accessible areas in the West Green River herd unit. And there's becoming a disparity between front country and back country hunting access in the West Green River herd unit. And there's concern about elk impacts to deer in the South Rock Springs. And so I think we've talked about this before, in that the public just loves these high quality elk hunts. That area is 31 to 32. They have an incredibly high hunter success. And when our managers propose changes to the season structure, they get met with a lot of opinions about maintaining quality in those areas, even though there's concern that those high densities of elk are starting to impact the habitat for deer. And so we're going to try and keep messaging that to our publics that we've got to stay on top of these elk to allow those deer to continue to do well. Moving to the Laramie region, southeast Wyoming, the management direction there is to address populations that are over objective, and I'm sure that Commissioner Brokaw is very well attuned to this, that the elk are doing really well here as well. They got to provide opportunity that's consistent with the access. We can put licenses out there, but if those hunters don't have anywhere to go, it's pretty difficult to continually have licenses available, and folks get a little bit frustrated. And so they're still working to mitigate private land damage there as well. Some of the issues raised during public engagement include the landowners' concerns around lengthy cow-calf seasons. So we're basically reaching a point of landowner tolerance where they're a little bit concerned with the length of seasons and how long they have to deal with hunters. Proposed season changes for this year include no change to the any elk. Antlerless elk, they're going to add 300 licenses, and they're going to extend the 111 type 1s and 4s by 15 days. And again, that's trying to balance that where the landowners still have some tolerance there for hunting. Moving south of Rawlins, you can kind of see this is taken off the interstate, but this is a group of elk on the Red Wren Daily unit, and it's just a snowed in country there. And looking at the lander seasons, the goals are to maintain harvest and manage their objectives, address some of the public concerns as well as their own personnel concerns about bull quality and some of their highly sought after herds, and issues that they're hearing from their public, concerned about the Area 28 any elk season impacting some of the late cow hunting, interest in lengthier cow seasons in other parts of the region, and then hunters and landowners concerned about bull numbers in Hunter Area 24 and 25. And the changes that they're proposing for their hunt areas include a reduction of 75 any elk licenses, and then increase the antlerless cow-calf licenses by 250. Moving to the Casper region, the goals here are to maximize elk harvest throughout the region, maintain hunt quality on public lands to the extent possible. Again, as I mentioned before, both Sheridan and Southeast Wyoming, they have these issues where there's little isolated pockets of public land, and everybody, if they get a license, that's where they're going to go to first. And so there's always a balance of trying to maintain quality while achieving harvest goals on those populations. Some of the issues that were raised during public engagement include interest and opposition into that Hunt Area 7. So Hunt Area 7 is down here in Laramie Peak. And as I mentioned earlier, the region had entertained the idea of running a later bull season, any elk season, to try and reduce some densities of bulls. And that was met with much opposition from our publics. I think President Doobie, you had one of those phone calls from an individual. Let's see. Some of the changes that Casper Region has proposed include adding 125 any elk licenses and just adding 25 type 6 licenses for the region. The final region, Wildlife Division region, is the Pinedale region for Chapter 7. And in this herd unit, or in this management area, they have trends. So most of these elk are pretty visible, and so a lot of the objectives are based on trends, and all those herds are real close to those trend count objectives that are established. They continue to maintain liberal season structure, and but they have reduced in one portion of the area, that 192, they did reduce type 6 licenses to address some lower elk numbers on feed grounds. Some issues raised during public engagement include the difficulties in finding an elk during the 2019 hunting season. As you're aware, we had some fall conditions that didn't make it very conducive to being successful on an elk tag, and so there's a lot of frustrations that were voiced from the public regarding that lack of success. And the region has proposed a late hunt 96 type 2 in area 96 to address some damage situation there. And so there's I believe it's 20 licenses for that type 2. And so you'll see that in the draft regulation. Regionally, the proposed regulations include an increase of any elk licenses by 20. They did reduce the 200 licenses of the cow-calf licenses to address some low elk numbers. And then again, that 96 type 2, they added 20 of those just in the proposal. Looking at, this is the harvest trend, and again, you can see that in 2019 that it did drop off a little bit. And statewide, you'll see that the average is, statewide we increased licenses by 425 this year. And the average, just over the last 10 years, on average, we increase licenses by about 200 every year, just give or take. But over the 10-year period, we see a general trend of increasing licenses for this area. And the 2019 harvest was 22,000, which is 42% success. And I think the 10-year average on elk is 36%. So it's still a little higher than that 10-year average. And then we do have the draft regulation that you have in your packet. I do have a few modifications that we propose to make to that draft that's in your packet. And so if you want to run it like we did the deer, the department recommends that you approve Chapter 7 as amended, and then we can talk about some of those amendments that people may have. And if you're okay, Mr. President, I'll just go through the ones that I'm aware of, and then I included them on your sheet. And then so the first one was area 28. We had a typo in the limitation where it says any elk. It was capitalized, and so we proposed to move that to a small e, so it'll be any elk. It's just a real small clerical change. And then when you move down to area 66, the region had proposed 200, And after some serious consideration and discussion about elk numbers in that, largely private land area, we decided to strike the 200 and insert 350 in that limit, or in that quota. That would bring that number back up to maintain the opportunity there. And then the final one that I'm tracking is elk area 75, that's the park. We just had some, again, it's a kind of a clerical cleanup, if you will. In the limitation, it says of area 75, so in a portion of area 75, and we just want to strike the language of area 75 to make it consistent with the way we typically delineate limitations. And Mr. President, that concludes the proposed changes that I am tracking.
Any questions, Mr. President? Mr. Grant?
Doug? It was kind of a common refrain throughout all the regions that people were complaining about bull elk quality. Can you explain more? Where does that come from? I mean, I read all the comments today, and maybe one or two places I saw that, but it looks like it's kind of a common concern in all regions.
Mr. President and Commissioner Crank, I think that it kind of reflects our public's desire for a good elk hunting close by home. I mean, historically, I think you were mentioning during break how people would travel to Area 79 or Western Wyoming and traipse around in the woods for a number of days, and you'd have an opportunity to find an elk. As things get better at closer to home, we're hearing just more on the local level from our hunters when we're out in the field that there's a desire for quality over quantity, and basically instead of giving lots of licenses, they want just quality licenses. And that's kind of just the general trend that I'm hearing from our guys in the field, is they want to see that. And I don't know if there's a good explanation other than I think it's closer to home, and elk hunting gets good in their backyard.
But, Mr. President, we're kind of overrun with elk compared to when I was a kid. Everyone sees elk where they never existed before, so I don't know how you balance making sure everyone gets a chance at a 350-inch bull versus, having way too many elk in certain areas where they never existed before.
Is it possible that we're having elk over our capacity for the environment?
Mr. President, Commissioner Crank,
our quality is going down because they've got less feed, less resources.
And Mr. President, Commissioner Crank, that's certainly the feeling of folks in Area 7. And that was one of the reasons that they were looking at some proposals to enhance the any elk hunting opportunities. They feel that they're starting to see some impacts from overabundance of animals. And I think certainly south of Rock Springs, when you talk to Kevin Monteith and you look at the research, the concerns that we have is we're going to have to start paying the piper here, because we've got such high elk populations in some areas that we're probably starting to impact some of the smaller species like mule deer that don't compete as well for the same resources. And Mr. Crank's comments are well taken, and we've had discussions with the director's office and our regions and how we approach this in the future, because we've got to get a handle on this expansion of elk around the state, and we've got a whole number of issues that we're facing that we're faced with, including the access issues and the landowner saturation, where the landowners are they're just getting over having people coming and calling them and asking them for access. And so we've got to do something to maintain some opportunity in these areas, and message to our publics that there's a cost of having high quality elk, and you can't have 300 class elk everywhere.
Any comments before I go to the public?
And then there is, Mr. Brokaw, there was one other, is there an amendment from Laramie regarding the 100 to 114 type 1. There's a proposal that we could bump that up to 75 to increase to 25.
There's been a lot of talk about that, and or extending the type 1 season to address some damage issues. I think there's some public on the line that want to address that.
And the region, Mr. President and Commissioner Brokaw, the region said that they would be good with going with that type 1 to December 31 as an amendment. So the type 1 would go to December 31, and then they're okay with an increase, or they would recommend an increase up to 75 for that type 1.
What area is this?
114.
Yeah, Mr. President, I've been in contact and I wasn't able to get a hold of the Winter Region biologist Lee Knox, but he's been working closely with TL on that issue. She was at our private landowner meetings. I didn't get to talk to her today. We are in year 3 of a 3-year management strategy, and I understand what the department's trying to do. And so I was not going to offer any change to license numbers, but we continue to have damage problems on crops, private land in December. So I was going to try and extend the season and defer the number to Lee and TL's long-range plan, long-term management plans. Because 114 is one of these areas, 98% private land, way too many elk, tiptoeing around our neighbors, not trying to upset anybody. And we've oscillated 25 numbers forward and back for years. And we just keep growing more elk. So it's not a good management strategy. So I respect Lee, what he's trying to do. I need to learn more about it. But at the same time, I've gotten almost all my landowners requesting help us with damage. A lot of unused licenses. I think extending the opportunity in the short term will help address that. And I'm looking forward to working with Lee on the long-term solution. So I was going to propose that amendment,
Okay.
but I've certainly heard a lot of comments about both those amendments. And I think there's some public on the phone today that are going to come to you about too. So I'm okay with whatever it is.
So what is it?
It's going to be increase those taxes
Whatever
by
what you're
25.
proposing, you're proposing one or both?
Whatever.
That came from Chief King, which you got there in your hand.
All right, Mr.
That's
President.
the department's proposal, and then if they want to discuss it and deviate from it, they can. That's.
Yeah. I'm okay with those 2 amendments, those increases. They're contrary to what Lee is trying to do in long term. I'm okay with those amendments. We certainly have tremendous landowner support for those 2 changes, but it doesn't solve our long-term management problems. That's what I was trying to say. So I'm going to continue to work with Lee and probably next year bring you some real major changes. But in the interim, what Rick is proposing is going to help.
Any other?
Mr. President. Doug, Area 7. Is that the change? I read quite a few comments on that Area 7. I told them there's 5,000 head elk licenses available in Area 7, if I read the totals right. They're talking about the late season, and I see where it's been split to where the type 1 is only good on any elk until the 20th of November, and then from then on to the end of December, it's only antlerless elk. Is that an answer to a lot of the comments that were coming in?
Mr. President and Commissioner Ladwick, that's correct. The change, the original proposal had that time period had some any elk opportunity, and so they went back to the original proposal, which was last year's rate.
Thank you.
All right, I guess we'll go to Mr. Berg, ready?
Yeah, you should be able to talk.
Mr. Berg? Hello, Mr. Berg, are you there? Mr. Berg?
Can you tell if he's unmuted, Justin?
Looks like you might have dropped out when you tried to unmute himself.
Oh, all right, well, try to get a hold of him and come back on.
He's frantically redialing.
No, he's back and he's unmuted.
Okay,
He's not talking.
Mr. Bird, are you there? Maybe you can't hear me on mine. I guess, is that phone need to be on? I don't think it's that. I really don't know. Is this phone here?
Yeah, sure.
Maybe it's not on.
Centennial Classic Arms Laser Tech, this is Rena.
That's the number he gave us.
Mr. Bird
Is
there?
that Mr. Bird in?
Yes, sir, hold on a moment.
Thank you.
This is John.
John, this is the FBI. The Game and Fish Department, you're up for comment.
Now hold it, I'm used to those kind of phone calls. Anyway, let me, just a second, let me mute this, kill the speaker. Anyway, what I'm looking at here is I have a couple questions for you.
Okay.
If you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
First of all, I'd like to go over a little bit of history. When Wyoming wrote its Constitution, they wrote in the Constitution that the people of Wyoming own all wildlife within the borders, within the state's borders. Congress, when they approved that Constitution for Wyoming statehood, made that into a law. And they also made an exception into federal jurisdiction. 2 years ago, the Secretary of the Interior reaffirmed that all management rests with the states because the states own the wildlife. In fact, I forwarded that directive to the Wyoming Game and Fish, and that was Secretary Zinke. Shortly thereafter, when Zinke left, the new Secretary of the Interior reaffirmed those directives. Now, with that in mind, I talked with Brian Yetter of the National Elk Refuge, and this is on wolves in the National Elk Refuge. As you know, last year we had 16 wolves on the refuge last winter. And I talked to Brian Yetter, and he stated the Game and Fish hasn't addressed the issue. And for them to take action, the Game and Fish has to bring it up. And last year, like I said, 16 wolves. And the first question is, why are we not hunting wolves on the National Elk Refuge? My second question pertains to Area 77, which is the National Elk Refuge. We're allowing a youth hunt for bulls, and I applaud you guys for that. Why can't we further expand it to accommodate severely disabled hunters and senior citizens, especially the pioneers? Many seniors haven't had the opportunity to harvest a bull and their time is running out. Pioneers have especially paid their dues. A disabled bull hunt would allow this area to be used by organizations like Patriot Hunts and Hunting for Heroes to bring in severely disabled military veterans, which would be a plus for the state. And those are my two questions on the elk. I do have some for the goats later on, but those are my goat or elk questions.
Do you have any comments to that, Doug? Regarding the pioneer or the?
I guess I'll defer to Brian. You have any thoughts on how we could accommodate that? I mean, we can, have we done that in other areas where we had specialized types hunts?
You mean as far as wolves on the refuge?
No, allowing a segment of the population to have an opportunity to hunt. So right now we do youth hunters for a week on the refuge, and John's asking if we can consider other populations like pioneer license holders.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've not done that with pioneer license holders, but there are opportunities to look at it for, working with the refuge to talk about special kind of hunts for disabled people. There's nothing saying that we can't do that. As far as the first part of that, you know, the hunting wolves on the refuge, my understanding is that's the refuge.
Yeah, I could barely hear you guys speaking to the microphones.
Yeah. So John, there's opportunity for us. This is Doug Brinmeyer. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So there's an opportunity for us to approach the refuge and talk to them about, you know, other time periods that may work. In the past, of course, I know you're well familiar with this. The refuge has provided specialized parking areas and opportunities for people that are handicapped to get in to portions of the refuge during alternative times. But we can visit some more with them on opportunities that may be out there.
Yeah, I was talking specifically about the opportunities for bulls.
Yeah.
For wolves.
Wolves. Yeah, and so season structure for chapter 47, we have not, the refuge has not been open to wolf hunting, and I think, John, most of the time that the season is open, those wolves are actually on the forest. And then when we close that season, I think that's when they start showing up because the elk are on the refuge at that time. It'd be really difficult to have a season when there's, you know, 7,000 to 8,000 elk, you know, in public view shed there, where people are restricted access, I guess. I'm not sure how to address it.
I'm guessing, you know, if you could put, you know, the wolf hunt for people that have access to the refuge during that time. I know last year during the November Thanksgiving time frame, there were wolves on the refuge. They were seen every day. Okay. And to see, you know, an opportunity to reduce the wolves. The problem with the wolves and bears is that we as a state and the Game and Fish are not reacting proactively to managing these two species. And that's something we need to do. The directives from the Secretary of the Interior give you guys that opportunity to do that. They also give you the opportunity to be the lead on managing Grand Teton National Park hunting or management.
All right. Thank you, John. Is there any questions for John?
No, that was all I had was just those two. Thank you very much. Oh, and I'd like to commend you guys on setting this up. It's awesome.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Thanks, John.
Bye.
Anybody else? Megan? Okay. I guess no more discussion. I entertain a motion for chapter 7.
You want me to take a stab at it?
Sure.
So I move that we approve chapter 7, the elk hunting regulations, with several changes. First off, all of the changes that Doug has provided us in the handout today with regard to area 28, 66, 75, the revised recommendation given to us by Chief Game Warden Richard King with regard to Area 114, which would extend the proposed season to December 31st and increase the total number of licenses to 75. And then I have two changes to Area 24. With regard to Area 24, the Lander region has recommended that we cut the number of any elk licenses on Green Mountain, which is these are type 1 licenses, from 175 to 150. My motion would be that we keep it at 175, which would be the same as last year. They've suggested that what they did was they replaced 25 any elk licenses with 25 cow-calf licenses. Everything I read about this in the comments from the Lander region is we're over objective there, particularly with regard to cows, calves. So I would also propose that we add
25, area 24, type 5 licenses, which is a season that runs from November 1st through November 30th. So I guess to try to make it cleaner than mud, but I'm suggesting we get the same number of any elk licenses as we did last year, and we add 25 cow-calf licenses to the second cow season, which would be area 24, type 5.
So area 24, type 1, you propose, they have proposed to cut 25 to 150. You would like to see that back to
175.
And then the 24, type 5
goes from 150 to 175.
And you're okay with the 24, type 4 from 75 to 100?
Yeah, probably not. I guess what my idea was to keep that the way it was last year. So with regard to type 4s, those would be 75 as set forth last year.
Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to second that with discussion. I'd second Pat's motion with discussion.
All right, so
For clarification on the area 114, it was my understanding of increasing the license or extending the season. I think we can achieve the goal of just extending the season. And so I'd like to recommend that in 114, we just extend the type 1 season to December 31st, not increase the tags from 50 to 75.
would you accept that?
I would accept that amendment to my motion.
Second's good.
Discussion? Any more discussion? Any calls from the public? No. Okay, I call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Oh, I'm sorry.
Aye.
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 Okay, motion passes. Now we're on to chapter 8.
Thanks, Pat.
Hope they follow all that.
All right, moving on to chapter 8, moose hunting seasons. Start off in western Wyoming, the Jackson region. And you guys are very familiar with a lot of the moose issues, but I'll run through these. Their management direction in the Jackson region is to maintain those harvest objectives. 16 and 37 are those, the area along the state line. That used to be the Targhee, that's the Targhee herd. And they maintain a high hunter success there. In the Jackson region, which are the rest of the areas from Yellowstone south down to the town of Jackson, in this area 28. The goal there is based on a trend count, and they're still a little bit below, they're below that trend count objective, but they maintain a conservative season structure there. Numbers have been pretty flat in the Jackson moose population, but on a high note, they are seeing a fair number of calves this year, and numbers did come up. I think they trend counted about 300 animals this year, and they observed 6 sets of twins, which is pretty unusual for moose. Or most of the years that I've been flying, you see 3 to 4% numbers of twins, but as populations and habitat conditions change, that has a potential to come up. And so they're pretty encouraged by seeing more calves there, and bull ratios remain pretty high. So they're, I guess we're pretty optimistic there. The public still has a real high desire to see more moose in Jackson. And of course, the predation and survival continue to be concerns for those areas up in that part of the state. And so for this year, they're proposing to stay status quo for the bull licenses and the antlerless. There's no changes to either of those, that season structure. Moving over to the Cody region, general management is basically maintain the status quo in the Absaroka herd. Moose populations in the Bighorns They appear to be increasing and doing well. They would like at some point to start providing additional hunting opportunity, and this year they're proposing that in Area 42. They have the highest number of moose there that they've seen in recent history. And some of the issues that the public are raising include multiple comments in support of maintaining 3 licenses in Hunt Area 9. And their proposals for this year include an increase of 5 licenses, and that is in the foothills there of the Bighorns, where their highest trend counts have been observed this year. So looking at an increase of 5 licenses there. Moving over to the east side of the Bighorn Mountains, the Sheridan region, moose numbers in the Bighorns appear to be increasing, and the moose study is nearing its completion. If you remember, they reduced, they took away the type 4s a couple of years ago in that area to allow those radio-collared animals to have limited impacts from human take. So they didn't want hunters to be shooting radio-collared cows. And so that season is still in place, but they are proposing to increase any moose licenses by 10 this year. And that's 5 licenses in areas 1 and 5 in area 34. There were no major issues raised by the public in the Bighorns. Switching over to the Green River region. The region would like to maintain their herd objectives and allow moose numbers to increase slightly. They really are working towards providing quality moose opportunity and those older age class bulls that people like to see when they're out hunting. They still continue to address local damage concerns along the lower Hams Fork River, as well as those in the lower Green River at CCD. So, issues that were raised during public engagement include concern over the lower opportunity and the reduced ability to draw a moose license, just a high demand for limited resource. They also have concerns about wolves, parasites, and nutrition to moose populations. The region is proposing an increase of antlered any moose licenses by a +9 and antlerless moose licenses +5. And again, those +5 is specifically to address really localized issues in terms of forage and browsing on riparian species. And so the region has that in their proposal. Moving to the Laramie region, goal is to continue to maintain a stable population that's consistent with habitat resources. They had some concern about what the habitat would sustain there with everything there, but so they're kind of watching the resources and what their license allocation is. They want to continue to provide harvest for those quality bulls. And again, they're studying that habitat and looking at the cause-specific mortality among cows, which the commission has so graciously funded a couple years ago. Really no concerns raised during public engagement. And at this point, they're not proposing any changes to their season structure.
Mr. President, Mr. Gregg, so Doug, we have a moose study going in the Bighorns and Snowy Range. Jackson.
Yeah. Mr. President and Commissioner Crank, we have the Bighorns is going to be wrapping up. The Snowy Range, we've had a long-term study there that you guys extended that study a couple years ago when we started the Bighorns. And then last summer, Dr. Monteith worked with us in July Commission meeting. You guys committed to some funding to help get Kevin's study off the ground, and they did capture moose in the area in the Absaroka herd unit as well. And so we've got some radio collars there. Kevin can probably fill us in on what the totals are. Those are the collars that we put cameras in. So we've got a handful of cameras out on moose.
What, Mr. President, correct? What have we learned, if anything, from any of our moose studies? It sounds like Snowy Range has been going on for a while. Bighorn's wrapping up. So what have we learned?
Yes, Mr. President and Commissioner Crank, maybe what we can do is to have another presentation when we get those collars back. So the Bighorns looked at mainly that habitat use and some of those seasonal movements and habitat selection survival. And we'll be able to get that information from them. The Snowy Range it's a long standing study on habitat selection and survival. So we did the habitat selection through a couple years ago, and then we started looking at that specific survival. And I don't have the latest on what that survival says, but we can certainly round that stuff up.
Whatever happened to the climate aspect of the big one study? Did that ever not ever happen? Or?
I don't know the answer to that. I don't know if there's any of the bighorn managers can address that question.
I know they were going to try to do work on as climate change and whatnot was supposed to have an impact on moose.
While we're waiting for those folks to maybe chime in, they did capture 10 cows and 6 bulls in the Cody region for Kevin's.
Were you able to understand?
Hey, Doug, can you repeat the question? This is Dan.
Dan, this is Pete. I was just wondering whatever happened to the climate aspect of the moose study in the bighorns. Did that not get off the ground at all?
I don't recall that was an integral part of that research.
You know, I know there was a gal that worked with the Monteith that was supposed to come over there and do some stuff. It must never happen.
Yeah, I don't recall that was the case.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. President, members of the commission, this is Ember Hall with the Laramie region. That climate component was actually conducted in the Snowy Range.
I was misinformed. Thank you.
Doug or Brian, could we have someone come back and talk to us about our moose studies?
Absolutely.
Let's plan that in July too. It'll be a big informational.
We'll do moose and deer.
Yeah.
Here's a hard question, Mr. President, if I might.
Sure.
Why in the world are we still killing cow moose in Wyoming? I mean, everywhere we look, our moose numbers are down. And so I'm just wondering why we're killing cows any place other than where you have a large population of cows that are causing significant landowner concerns.
Mr. President and Commissioner Crank, and fundamentally there's 2 reasons, and the first one you alluded to is the localized damage concerns, and the second one is that in wildlife management, the guys like to provide that opportunity if the resource can sustain it, and based on their observations in the Snowy Range and then localized areas in Pinedale and in the Green River region, they believe that there is a high interest from the public, and the people are expending a lot of their preference points to compete for those few cow tags that are out there. And again, we understand, certainly recognize that in some localized areas, you don't want to be taking those cows. And in Western Wyoming, where you have a high presence of predators, large predators, that'd be one of those areas you wouldn't want to do that. But we do have some places where Seat Skiddy has voiced some concern about overbrowsing of moose on some of their riparian treatment areas, and then also localized damage situations. And it's basically those 2 reasons. We felt like we minimized it to the extent that as we could and not impact those populations.
And I just want to add to what Doug's saying. He's exactly right. Talking with the landowners in my area up there, some of these cow tags are every 3 to 4 and 25. There are significant damages, issues with the landowners. They appreciate the department handing out a few of these cow tags, and they are very popular with the public. So
One other thing I would say, in a very healthy moose population, there should be, the hope is that there's enough reproduction and there's enough habitat available that you can have a component of hunting that's actually really wildlife management. If you're not harvesting females, it's not, you're not managing the population, you're simply taking what's available. So, the Snowy Range is a great example of that. We saw for years and years and years high twinning rates, and twinning rates are indicative of unoccupied habitats. And now there's no more twinning rates, and so those habitats are full, and that's in wildlife management 101, that's a really appropriate time to be managing the female segment of the population.
Might add one other thing, Mr. President. I know in my area there on areas 26 and 25 come together right there in March. And I've got a lot of the landowners on Large Creek that would love to see the game and fish create another area, take a chunk of area 26 and create another area there because they don't feel like they're getting enough moose hunting on the Large Creek to satisfy what they're experiencing with the moose there. Area 26 is a pretty big area, covers a lot of country. So they'd love to see that.
Any more questions? We got Mary on the line.
Yes. Hold on one second.
Are there any others besides Mary?
No. All right, Mary should be allowed to talk.
Mary.
Mr. President, can I cover the last slide while we're waiting for Mary, because I had Lander region here.
Oh, sorry about that.
That's okay. So Lander region has, a little bit of hunting here in the east of DuBois and then right near town. Generally, they maintain their hunting opportunity there. There's not a lot going on with trends and numbers. They count a few moose. People love them, but there's still pretty high demand for those licenses. And so they did not hear really any concerns from their publics this year, and they're not proposing any changes. So it's not a huge, nothing earth shattering there, but I wanted to make sure we covered that. And then when we get to the Pinedale region, that's where I'd like to cover a little bit more. The sublet population has a trend account of, I think it's 1,500. They're counting about 1,200 animals. And if I say something wrong, the Pinedale guys can chime in here. But it's stable and it's near the low end of that trend count objective. And they have 91% hunter success. They maintain 73 bulls per 100 cows, and they have a pretty good calf ratio, a pretty hefty calf ratio, because they're counting so many moose when they run. When they count 40 calves per 100 cows, there's a bunch of calves being born every year there, and so that population seems to be doing pretty well. There's concerns in the region raised from the public regarding maintaining some type 4 opportunity, and the proposed changes for this year include increasing 2 licenses, and the antlerless moose, there's no change. But this year they did combine these 2 hunt areas, the 3 and 4, to be 1 hunt area. So before, people with a type 3 hunted more. That's more of that rugged terrain goes into the winds. And overall, statewide, we've guys in February are counting their moose across the state. They counted right at 2,500 moose this year between Cody, Bighorns, Snowy Range, and Sublet and Jackson. So we're counting a fair number of moose. And when you got calf ratios that run from, like this one where they're counting 1,200 animals, they're running 40 calves per 100. Jackson's at 50 calves per 100. We're pretty optimistic where we're at with moose right now. And so statewide, the regions have proposed an increase of 31 licenses. And last year we harvested 289 moose, and that ran 92% success. And hopefully we're starting to see the bottom end of this, and we can start seeing that tip up a little bit in the next, in the short term here. So, and that concludes our part of it. And we recommend that the commission adopt the Chapter 8 as presented.
Thanks, Doug. Sorry to jump the gun there. Is Mary there now?
Yes, thank you, President Doobie. President Doobie, Director Nesvik, and members of the commission, my name is Mary Rumsey. The Meeteetse Moose and all their supporters would like to thank you for maintaining the quota of 3 in Hunt Area 9, as it helps to provide balance for our moose. The commission and the team in Cody's efforts on the research and habitat fronts for our moose are greatly appreciated. Stay healthy, and 1,000 thank yous, and keep focusing on habitat.
Well, thank you, Mary, for all that you've done as well.
You're doing a lot of good work out there, and it's so greatly appreciated. And Kevin Monteith is doing fabulous things. Jerry Altermat, Bart Kroger, Corey Klass. It's just amazing, and we need to keep helping our moose out. So I greatly appreciate it, and thank you again.
Thank you, Mary.
Very best.
Any other comments on moose? I'll entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion with one amendment. In Fund Area 25, to reflect more accurately the 80 to 20% resident and non-resident employees. I'd like to change those numbers to 38 resident tags, 9 non-resident tags, 37 resident proposed, and 10 non-resident proposed. Making more accurately reflects our 80-20.
Mr. President and Commissioner Smith. So what we do with our non-resident split is we identify across the state, because we can go less, like in Area 9 where we went to 3 licenses. In order to maintain that 80-20 split, some hunt area had to accept 1 off, or in some cases 2 off. So we're balancing the statewide quote on your shoulders. And that's why that you'll see that in that regulation.
Okay, so that explains us a little bit off balance there.
Yes, and if we change that there, then we've got to change it somewhere else in the state to make sure that 80-20 split is met.
Okay. Then we'll drop that amendment and make a motion to approve Chapter 8 as proposed.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Is that Sharon?
Yes, sir.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 There you go. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. You're the president.
We'll do one more, then we'll take a break.
Okay. Let's move on to Chapter 9, Bighorn Sheep. So this regulation is split. It's Bighorn Sheep and Mountain Goat. And we can run through those. We'll start with Jackson and Pinedale regions. And looking at this area for Bighorn Sheep, the regions continue to stress maintaining hunting opportunity for whatever the area can sustain. In Area 6, that just happens to be the 1 license that's allocated there. They have the average age of 7.9 for that area, which is pretty darn good. Area 7 has a trend count of 400 sheep, and they're reaching that level right now, and their average age is right in that range as well. The regions are proposing to work with Kevin Monte to expand that research from the Whiskey Basin into this Area 8 on the south end of the map. You'll see Area 8 by Pinedale, and to look at kind of comparative things between what's going on the Whiskey side and what's going on in Pinedale, see if they can draw some conclusions from that. Some issues raised from the public engagement process include continued concern over declining sheep populations in 8, 9, and 10. And the proposed season changes for this year included licenses in Area 6, and it basically alternates to maintain that split statewide. And this year it is going to resident. It's no change in the license. The other thing in Area 6, they did count 100 sheep this year from there, so that was a pretty awesome achievement for the region, and looks like things were pretty good there for counting conditions, and they came up with a pretty good number. Moving over to the Cody region.
Doug, excuse me, Doug, Mr. President. Doug, going back to Pinedale, I have a quick question. Kevin's work there, has there been any preliminary information that you can share with us from this?
He'll be here tomorrow, and I would like to defer to him if that's okay.
That's fine.
Yeah. And then we would like to see him expand, and so we're providing him a little, just the co-op units some funding to expand that study onto the Pinedale side in the next year.
Okay, thanks, Doug.
Cody region, so this is one of those, when you look at that Chapter 9 regulation, you'll see that Area 5 has a lopsided number of licenses in there. Again, when we go to less than 5 licenses in an area, this is one of those hunt areas where we absorb the extra just to make sure that we make that statutory split. So they have 2 extra licenses this year. They're closely monitoring that circa area, so they can determine if there's R impacts and if there's some disease impacts that they might not have detected yet, so they're watching out a little closer. The Devil's Canyon herd, a lot of times we kind of forget that, that's way over to the east part of the region. That still remains relatively healthy and it's producing some really good rams. Some issues raised by the public so far include hunters and managers and outfitters are concerned about the number of sheep observing this unit and is it sustainable and is that population continuing to do well? So the changes that are proposed for this year include, like I said, the 2 licenses in Area 5 and then no other changes in the Devil's Canyon area. Switching down to the Laramie region, also to maintain stability in their populations and provide opportunity to harvest those quality rams. We try to maintain high hunter success, and right now they're studying, habitat use in the encampment river, and they really had no issues raised by the public. And season proposals for this year include Area 18, which alternates from closed to open, and so this year is 2 licenses. And then 118.21, the season will run through November 30th. That's for the Douglas Creek area only. So Lander region continues to work to improve and maintain herd viability. They're concerned, like I said, with that whiskey sheep herd and just maintaining that population. They're doing the lamb survival study, and Kevin will give us a little update on some of that stuff tomorrow. They're looking at the effect of pneumonia in those lambs. They continue to monitor the bighorn sheep in the Ferris Seminole area, and also to maintain quality hunting experience for the public. There's public issues, of course, as I mentioned earlier. It's the concern about the Whiskey Basin bighorn sheep herd, and they are not proposing any changes for this year. Casper region, this is we're at the over along the state line with South Dakota, and there's maintained 100% hunter success. They manage closely in conjunction with South Dakota in this area, and really there's no concerns been raised there, and there's no proposed season changes. There's 2 resident and 1 non-resident license. Statewide, we see an increase of 4 licenses this year, and 2019 the harvest was 144 with 79% success. And the trend is down, but again, we're hoping that now we can start seeing some of the regions starting to move some licenses in the positive direction, and we'll see that change a little bit here. So, Mr. President, usually we just go through all of Chapter 9, so if you're good, I'll just go right into goats. Jackson Region mountain goat seasons. Area 2 is at the trend count. So Area 2 is the Palisades. That's down here right by north of the town of Alpine. That's the core area where there's a pretty good population, and they did count. They're at 120 goats. They managed for 100% hunter success this last season. And then Area 4 is that area just north of Teton Pass. It abuts Grand Teton National Park. And that's where we created the Type A license. And we continue to manage for the lowest possible goat numbers that we can there. And we had 56% hunter success this past year. That was 23 of 41 people harvested. And that included 14 billies and 9 nannies. Issues raised during public engagement include general support for management direction in both areas, and there was no proposed season changes in this area.
Doug, was there any counts in that Area 4A done?
Yeah, so Mr. President and Commissioner Schmidt, so in, let's see, in January or early February, the region did conduct a flight. They counted 100 sheep, and they had the first day they flew, I think they ended up with 56 goats. And if Brad's on, you can text me or chime in if you'd like that, if there's anything different from that. Moving over to the Cody region, again, they maintain a stable to increasing goat population in Hunt Area 1. again, that's where they'd like to see those goats. They're reducing population in Hunt Area 3, and the goat population is increasing and expanding southward on the native sheep range. So that's a concern for the region. Some issues raised during public engagement. There's concern that increasing goats is having a negative impact on those sheep population, particularly in areas 1 and 2. Goat licenses in Area 3, they're proposing to increase type 1s by 8 and increase the type 2s by 8. And then they also have a proposal to open that season on September 20th instead of October 1 this year. So a little bit more hunting opportunity there. And then the 5A licenses, they were going to take 8 licenses off of there, and they only had 2 animals harvested last year. So you'll see that in that regulation. So statewide, when we look at this, no change out of the Jackson side, but Cody had type 1s increase and the type 2s increase, and then they have a reduction in type A's for 5. And so the statewide change is an increase of 8 licenses. Last season, we harvested 60 goats for 64% success. And you'll see that spike here jump up. That was primarily because of those type A licenses. And then the department had a change that we wanted to incorporate into that draft regulation. And this is also on that sheet that you have under the Chapter 9 mountain goat seasons. And the type 4A on the draft reg, August 15th was in place of where August 1 should have been inserted. So we're just providing some language to make sure that regulation is worded the way it should be. And that concludes that part of it.
Any questions from the commission right now? Okay, we do have one public. Mr. Bird, is he back on, or we have to call him again?
You'll have to call him again.
I have a very important function here.
While we're waiting, I think this was, Commissioner Schmidt was just off to the side of this picture. Hiked up about 5,000 feet.
Bird?
This is John.
Hi, John. It's the Game and Fish Commission.
It's not the FBI again?
Well, we'll see, maybe later. Go ahead.
Okay, I want to thank you guys for the Zoom video. That's neat. Anyway, I have a question on the bighorn sheep, or not the bighorn sheep, but mountain goat chapter. First of all, what is the plan to do with the mountain goats in Grand Teton National Park? You know, as before, I already told you about the Secretary of the Interior directive, and then the national park, you know, that directive went out and it was directed to national parks also. And then it was reaffirmed, you know, when the Grand Teton National Park had this slaughter or aerial hunt, you know, they were in violation of not only Wyoming Constitution, Wyoming law, but they were in violation of the Secretary of the Interior's directive. So there's 2 points to this. Are we now going to have a mountain goat hunt in Grand Teton National Park? If not, you can contact Secretary of the Interior and make sure it happens. And I guess the other question is, why did we allow Grand Teton National Park to do this aerial hunt, and why haven't the people involved been charged?
Guess I'll direct that to Director Nesbitt.
So, hey, Mr. Bird, this is Brian Nesbitt. How are you today?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm good. So I'll take the first part of your question first. And here, I will just tell you first off that the National Park Service, as well as the Secretary of Interior, certainly do not interpret that guidance, I guess, today the same way that you've asserted that, or that you interpret it. They believe that they have jurisdiction and authority to manage the mountain goat population within the borders of the park. However, they have understood and they've taken action to support our opposition to them doing what they did. And so What we've talked about them with, as far as the future is what this is their words, a skilled volunteer culling of mountain goats within the park that would use, people that were volunteers that would be similar to the elk reduction program, deputized to go in and help them manage their mountain goat population with the use of these skilled volunteers. They've also entertained the potential to translocate mountain goats out of the park and into other places where there's a willing buyer, willing seller, if you will. As far as, any kind of action to arrest National Park Service employees who were involved in the aerial gunning of those mountain goats, while we and the commission certainly vehemently opposes the action that they took, and we expressed that very clearly, the commission and the department, we certainly don't see that there's legal justification or authority for the department or the state to arrest employees of the federal government for taking action that they were directed to do. So that's where it stands today.
Okay, I just wanted to know that. I just need to know if I know the new Secretary of the Interior, and maybe I need to make a personal call.
Sure. Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you, John.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. That it, Megan? Yep. If there are no more questions, I'd entertain a motion.
I recommend we approve chapter 9 as presented.
I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
What you want to discuss?
One correction.
Put that in there.
Yeah, as presented, as got correction or amendment, however we want to phrase these.
I didn't, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Who made the motion?
Motion?
Ralph will make the motion.
Commissioner Brokaw made the motion to approve chapter 9, 8, 9 as amended.
Okay,
And Commissioner Byrd seconded it.
thank you.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, Mike?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you. All right, let's we'll get back at 3 o'clock. Take a break. Fair enough?
We're going to be done with this sooner than later.
Anyway, I'm preparing for the fall. Mr. Nesbitt.
Are we on? Looks like we're on.
Yep.
Hey, Mr. President, Director Nesbitt, members of the commission. The next regulation that we'll be considering here, if we can bring it up on the screen. The small and upland game bird regulation. And basically, this regulation establishes hunting season dates, bag limits, and possession limits for specific shooting hours for all upland game bird species and small game species. The Springer permit pheasant and Glendale permit pheasant seasons are also included in this regulation. We'll touch on those as well. First change we'll see on this is the sage grouse seasons. And this is just some season date changes to reflect the weekend opener. And it's something that every year we bring this open and we modify the date slightly. The blue and rough grouse seasons remain the same. Chucker, gray partridge, sharp-tailed grouse seasons also remain the same. And then when we move into the pheasant seasons, again, this is similar to the sage grouse season, but we modify season dates to reflect the Saturday opener, and then correspondingly we move the closing date to have the same number of days as well. And so you'll see those dates shift for those hunt areas. And one thing that I just want to make a note of is that for 2021, we're evaluating a standard opening date so that we don't have to change those dates every year in the regulation. Now you'll see that it goes to November 7th this year. And so we're considering some options to have just a set date, calendar date that's open. And that'd be something we'll take to the public to consider for next year. This is the other remaining pheasant areas and those dates and the shifts that are proposed with those date changes.
Mr. President, Mr. Gray, so I'm sure I voted for this, and so I'm picking on myself. I just noticed the other day that person has to apply for a Springer pheasant permit or a Glendale pheasant permit by like April 30th or something.
There's a pretty early date.
Why in the world did we do that? Why did I do that? Let me ask it that way.
And Mr. President, I'm going to ask one of the Laramie region guys to step in here if they can to provide clarification on that Springer pheasant application period. We'll see if they pick up here in a minute. And, Megan, they can unmute themselves and chime in.
Yep, they can.
Yeah, members of the commission, Commissioner Frank, we can talk to our license section about the Springer special application about extending. We're working to have that date a little later in the season.
Mr. President, I think that'd be a good idea. I mean, Springer is kind of one of those things you think about in August or September and not April. So if we could move that back and we could possibly work.
Turn yours up so I turn this one down.
Hey, Doug, this is Scott.
Go ahead, Scott.
We changed all our permits so that everybody could apply for any and all permits at the same time and then get the results with the realization that any leftover Springer permits people can pick up, throughout the season. So that was the reason why we changed that earlier, is all applications for special permits were at the same time versus spread out throughout the summer, and people may miss various application dates.
So Scott, is there a preference then at this point? Is there any leeway into that date?
That's a chapter 44 regulation, so we'd have to look at that in 44, and we just changed that, I believe, last year.
Mr. President, I'm not proposing to do it this year. It just seems like in the future, maybe you might think about moving that to August or September or something like that.
One thing that is good though is last year at the Springer check station, we put the change up on the board. We've messaged it at least 2 times, probably more. I probably haven't kept track of all of them. Justin would know. We've messaged it to all of our people on our email list, and then bird license holders, past Springer recipients, and we're doing it again this month. So I think we'll get the word out, and then there's usually, as you know, there's a lot left over. So hopefully if folks do miss it, there's an opportunity for them to get it left over.
So, Mr. President, it sounds like that's in chapter 44.
That's it. Any questions for Doug on chapter 11?
Yeah, the small game.
We have the rabbit.
Oh, you gotta do that too?
Yes, Mr. President. There's a couple more slides left. So no changes to the rabbit seasons, but it's all inclusive in that chapter 11. And so with that, the department recommends the commission adopt chapter 11 as presented.
Now, are there any questions or comments?
I know I asked this question last year, and I cannot remember the answer.
I hope I can.
Chukar, gray partridge, sharp-tailed, blue grouse, rough grouse. Sharp-tailed, blue grouse, and rough grouse all have the same season dates. Chukars and gray partridge are different. Is there a reason for that? Or what was the reason for that? I'm just curious. It makes more sense to just make all those upland birds the same for ease of the hunter.
And Mr. Binfit, are you listening in? I'm gonna ask if you have a sense of that.
We have September 1 for blue and rough,
Yeah.
and then you go to Chuckers September 15th.
Yeah, so we actually standardized that to a September 15th opener just a few years ago. It was an October 1 opener, and we moved that to September 15th, especially in the case of Huns, but also with Chuckers, to also accommodate the ability to folks to harvest some Huns when they're out sage grouse hunting, is why that got moved back to the 15th.
So the question.
The reason why we didn't choose to move it to September 1, if I recall correctly, was some discussion with the way Nevada runs chucker seasons, because they deal with those a lot more than we do, but was also based on just some potential size of some of the broods. It was felt like late August, early September, some late hatch birds may also not have the escapability, if I recall, but I guess I'm not entirely sure on that. But that's why we moved it to the 15th anyway. It was to accommodate that opportunity to hunt during sage grouse seasons.
Same answer you got last time? Thank you. Do you want to go any further with that, Mike, or?
No, I don't think so.
Any more questions for?
There's no public comment on it, so it's
No,
probably.
no public comment?
No.
I entertain a motion.
I will move that we adopt chapter 11 as presented.
I will second.
All righty, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President, members of the commission. So moving on to next one is chapter 14. And this is the migratory game bird hunting season and the light goose conservation order. And it's, go through the changes, starting with the sandhill cranes, or just to show you the map. And then the season dates, there's a slight modification to some of the dates to correspond to opportunities. And cranes are, there's two different crane populations in Wyoming. One of them is the Rocky Mountain population, and then the mid-continent population. And we're subject to all of our neighboring states in terms of the quotas that are allocated. And so while it may seem like you may hear from folks, particularly Commissioner Schmidt in the western part of the state around Parson and stuff, being frustrated with sandhill cranes, we do not have a lot of opportunity to modify those quotas. And so each state gets a set number that they can take. And what we do is use that number and then realize that not everybody's successful. And then we maintain an actual quota for licenses above that or permits above that. And so we're pretty much standard for this year. Not a lot of opportunity for us to make some changes to that. We're certainly cognizant of our landowners' concerns about problems with cranes, and we are working through the flyway system to make sure that our counterparts know that we have a fair population, and we need to continue to do what we can for our constituents on cranes.
Mr. President, question at this time. If we can't change the quotas, can we increase the hunt areas? Because there's no hunting in Albany or Carbon County. Can we increase those as hunt areas? Add those as hunt areas?
Be certainly a discussion that we could hold. I think we'd have difficulty doing it this late in the game for this year, but we can entertain that idea for future.
I'd like to see us.
And I think, and when you look at cranes too, there's a time frame in there where you can have hunting, and so there's some vulnerability there too, and it may not correspond to when they're, I don't know if they're there during the time frames that we have that federal framework to actually have a season. That's the other part of it, is because birds are kind of migrating through during different times of the year, and you can only hold a season that's within that federal framework.
We should look into that.
We'll do that. So as I mentioned, this kind of shows you too what the split is in the state. So we've got the central flyway in the eastern part of the state and the Pacific flyway in the west. And we participate in meetings that collectively include those
various states. So the Pacific Flyway, we are included in, California, Oregon, Idaho, Montana, Colorado, and all the western states. And then the Central Flyway is more towards off to the east of us. And they're rather large gatherings, but most of our state is in the Central Flyway. And our season dates correspond to basically the bag limits, and the dates are usually modified slightly. The bag limits are modified based on species abundance and vulnerability in terms of when that species of waterfowl migrates. And then the dates generally match up, like I said earlier, with that federal framework that we're given. And then we usually try to maximize that by having weekends included in opening dates. And we might split those seasons to basically provide the maximum opportunity that we can. So you'll see on here that there's, some season date changes, and then there's bag limits that are changed based on that species vulnerability. And I can get into more detail if you guys have interest in that, but the biggest thing is just those season dates are changed, and we're trying to maximize the opportunity for our public as we can. There's different zones, again, season dates. And I wasn't going to get into too much detail on these, but we also have include regulations for special youth waterfowl hunting days. It's the same as past years, with the addition of a veterans or active military personnel, including National Guard and reserves on active duty. Those veterans will need to carry their ID so that they can confirm that they can hunt during those additional time frames. And with that, that's the last slide for that chapter regulation. And we recommend the commission adopt the migratory game bird hunting seasons and light goose conservation order as presented.
You guys have any questions for Doug or comments?
No comments.
I would entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Grant moved, Commissioner Byrd second, to approve as presented. All those in favor?
Aye.
Mr. President, did you notice on there that you can shoot 13 coots? I'm just wondering why anyone would shoot 13 coots. I ate a coot once. It was not a good deal.
You're out of order.
Excellent.
Are you going to vote?
Aye.
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 Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the commission. Moving on to chapter 15, the wild bison season. And for this year, the Jackson and Cody regions are not proposing any changes. Last year they harvested 92. Success ended up rounding out right at 63%. And the biggest issue here is achieving harvest. This bison herd, as you probably, if you're familiar with it, I'm sure Mr. Schmidt knows, those animals, once the record of decision, remember I showed you the Jackson Hole Elk and Bison Management Plan, when that was signed, we started hunting on the refuge. It was fantastic. Success was really high. We really got into that population, but it didn't take those bison very long to realize that there was a lot of hunting pressure on the refuge, and so it didn't take very long and they stopped coming to the refuge. And so now we're kind of bumping up against a weather window of something that can force those animals from a weather standpoint onto the refuge, and then they're available for harvest because they stay within Grand Teton National Park. And so we're kind of at the mercy of the animal behavior and weather conditions. And this year, the last part of the season, the last 2 years, those animals do start coming in, and we generally get some harvest on them. And so we ended up with an okay harvest this year, but that's an ongoing issue for us, is there's not, the animals don't have a lot of incentive to come onto the refuge because they know there's hunting pressure there.
Mr. President, Commissioner Gregg. So I just want to commend the department. I mean, everyone I think that applied for a bison license got a letter explaining the problem Doug just explained, and I think that's really a good political and strategic move. I had a non-resident friend that withdrew 3 bison licenses to the tune of $15,000 because of that warning. And I think there's some grumbling out there, but I just think that's great that we're transparent about how hard it may be to harvest a buffalo. So.
Mr. President, thank you, Commissioner Crank. It is the table that I have in front of you, or the graph, shows you what that harvest was like. And like I said, following that, the late 2000s when we started hunting there, and then just the last 4 years now, it's really dropped off. The population's down closer to objective, and the vulnerability is not the same as what it was. They basically became a lot more sensitive to hunting pressure than what anyone really anticipated they would be sensitive to. And so this year, the region is proposing a similar season framework, and the department recommends the commission adopt Chapter 15 Wild Bison Recreational Hunting Season as presented.
What is the population objective?
Population, Mr. President, the population objective is 500 bison.
Any questions? Any comments for anybody on the line? No. Entertain a motion.
So moved.
Galen moves. Commissioner Brokaw seconded. Or Commissioner Rael seconded. Any more discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye. Aye. Thank you.
Mr. President, Director Nesbitt, and members of the commission, the last chapter of regulation that we have is Chapter 20, the wild turkey fall 2020 and spring 2021 proposed hunting seasons. And what we've done here is just present the hunt season table so you can get a sense of what we were looking at. We have general season types through the fall in the following areas, and then there's no real major changes in the fall. And you'll see that Area 4 has any wild turkey archery only for that time period, September to September 30th time period. The spring seasons, as you may be aware, we've been entertaining a later season opening date to facilitate nesting hens getting on the nest. There's been a kind of a combination of public support for that from the standpoint of resource damage that people typically may cause the National Forest road systems when they're out really early in the spring. So moving that a little bit later does facilitate that concern. But it also, from a biological standpoint, helps get those hens settled on a nest without hunters kind of being in there and disrupting the time period when they're mating with toms. And so we're proposing throughout most of the state an April 20th opening date. But then to correspond with that, we also recommended closing that season on May 31. And so you'll see that in the proposed regulation, those changes reflected. So the public engagement that we've had on this, there's been general support for moving those seasons to a later date of April 20th. And again, like I said, it minimizes disturbance and there's strong support. We did have a late letter come in supporting that from the Turkey Federation, and the foresters also supports that. And the department recommends that the commission adopt Chapter 20 Wild Turkey Fall 2020 and Spring 21 proposed seasons.
Okay, is there any comments or questions from the commission? We do have a blue sheet. I guess we're ready for Jeff if he's can be unmuted or.
Yep, he's unmuted now.
Jeff? Jeff, are you there?
He hasn't unmuted himself, but we've unmuted him. We need to call him.
Call?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
We can now, Jeff.
Okay, President Doobie and Director Nesvik and the commission. This is Jeff Smith. I'm speaking on behalf of the Outfitters Association, plus basically as a Crook County resident. I want to speak, definitely in support of of this move to go into a later season for the spring turkey. I really do think it's going to be a benefit, you know, just for the overall experience for hunters coming into the area. You know, all of you that have been here in Northeast Wyoming, you know, this time frame of the year, April, especially like just today, right now, you know, the spring turkey season is open here right now, but you know, there's no way that people can access the Bear Lodge right up above us here, or, you know, even to get into Mosquee to be able to hunt. So, you know, with what biologist Joe Sandrini's put together, you know, showing the advantages to moving back for the, you know, for the breeding and for hens nesting, and then for the overall experience, it's just a benefit to be able to hunt later. You know, the snow issues early in April are just tough to deal with. So strongly in support of that. And then also with what happened earlier today, just, you know, the emergency, to adapt the emergency thing to extend this season this year, I can see for, you know, a resident of Crook County, how much of a benefit it'll be. You know, you get out into town and you see these small businesses, just like the little diner down here in Sundance or the cafe up there in Hewlett, you know, with the impact they're having with, you know, with this crisis right now and things being shut down. And hopefully with, you know, things being eased up and, you know, even residents, Jackson or Casper or whatever, being able to come into Crook County here in May and be able to just come up here and spend some money, and it just will be a huge benefit. And I appreciate you doing that. What really got me, you know, just alarmed at what was going on, my wife Deb, she's a board member for the promotion board here in Crook County, and seeing what was brought up at these meetings at the promotion board, you know, these motel owners losing everything in April here. So applaud your efforts and I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate it. Any other comments? I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Rael, seconded by Commissioner Burke to approve Chapter 20.
Thank you.
Any more discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, thank you, Doug. Appreciate it. So I guess there's like, no, since nobody's got any sports going on, ESPN, we've got more bonus coverage. We're going to continue on. So we're going to move down to item number 5. Correct?
What number, what's 5?
Mr. Bibby.
Yes.
Thanks, Doug.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're gonna, just so everybody's not confused, we're gonna knock some out from tomorrow since we've got extra time today.
You can catch my ESPN.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the Commission, Director Nesvik. Going through the lands agenda items this afternoon, since we have a little time. Megan's in the process of getting the maps up for me here, so we should have those up momentarily. First agenda item that I have, or at least the first two, will be authorization to proceed requests. The first one is the Begley Ranch, which is located in the very northwestern part of Natrona County, adjacent to our Flying A public access area and near our Badwater public access area. These two areas provide access for big game hunting that includes antelope, deer, and elk. So the proposal at this time is for a purchase conservation easement through the Begley family. So the Begley Ranch contains approximately 1,280 acres of deeded property, and it would directly connect and create some contiguity between two parcels of Flying A property, as well as connect in with some of this Office of State Lands and Investments property in BLM. We already hold a conservation easement on the Flying A property that allows for public access as well. So at this time, the Begley family would like to proceed with possible negotiations on a purchase conservation easement from the department that would provide that public access as well as prevent further subdivision of the property in the future. Basically, the access between these three areas comes to just over 17,000 acres of private land that obviously interconnects in with the remainder of this public that you can see in the overall map. So at this time, the department is recommending that we proceed with negotiations with Begley Ranch on purchase of a conservation easement on their property that would initially start with the appraisal of the easement itself and move on from there.
Questions? So it looks like there's a lot of partners willing to jump in on this.
Mr. President, as far as partners with to work on this specific conservation easement, there are partners that are working on habitat projects on the property. This would be in addition to those projects. We would seek maybe some partnerships from Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, some others, to see if they'd like to participate in the easement itself.
The total cost is about $10,000.
Mr. President, that would be for the estimated cost of the appraisal.
It's your pleasure.
Mr. President, I move to proceed with investigating the Bagley Ranch easement.
Second. The move by Commissioner Brokaw, seconded by Commissioner Ryle.
Thank you.
All those, or excuse me, any discussion?
Quick question, Mr. President. I'm trying to find it, I can't find it. What kind of habitat are we talking? Is that parcel down on a river bottom, or is that more upland?
I believe we have Brian Olson on the line, who's the regional wildlife supervisor. He's very familiar with the area. I think he can chime in on the habitat specifically there, but to my knowledge, it is upland habitat.
I'm here. Just to let you know that this is the south end of the Bighorn, so it's mostly elk, deer, and antelope. But also want to emphasize that we already are working on some habitat improvement projects on this property, and I'll let Justin Binfit actually chime in on what's really going on in that neck of the woods right now.
Yeah, Commission President, Director Nesbitt, members of the Commission. So this is a riparian area in the southern Bighorns. Sanchez Creek is a perennial stream. It's a spring-fed stream, really highly productive habitat. But we also have some extensive herbivory issues going on there that is really suppressing the recruitment of cottonwoods and willows and deciduous woody vegetation. We are actually, we're entering into a huge habitat improvement project process with the Begley family. We've actually secured several thousand feet of drill stem to construct some steel jack fencing, which will then be used to do some temporary exclosures along the riparian area to promote the growth and reestablishment of those important woody species. It's going to be a multi-year, probably decades-long project with the family. It's extremely productive wildlife habitat, very heavily used by elk and mule deer and sage grouse to a lesser extent. So it's a project we're really, really excited about, and are just in the process of getting going as we speak.
Thank you.
Mr. President, Sean, could you were pointing at this map and we couldn't see that. Could you show us where the conservation easement will be and where our other existing lands are on the maps in front?
Absolutely. Sorry. The conservation easement proposal would be on this property, is basically in white. This is an existing public access area known as the Badwater Public Access Area. And then in the green, which I think is a little bit hard to see, is the Flying A public access area that we already have a conservation easement on.
Where is cabin on this, where's Badwater? Badwater is the headquarters of the Spratt Ranch, I believe. So is this upstream or downstream from that? Or do you know?
I don't know the answer to that, Commissioner Crank. Brian, can you answer that?
Yeah, I can answer that. The Spratt Ranch is to be A. Spratt's place. So this piece of property is on the other side of the divide. So Badwater Creek is on A. Spratt's place, which is the red outline, and the green, which is the Flying A, and the Begley Ranch actually flows into South Fork of the Powder River on the other side of the divide.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sean, just to, I need to get that number from you again. So this proposed conservation easement, go through with this, connects to the Badwater and the Flying A.
Mr. President, Commissioner.
All three of those properties.
Mr. President, Commissioner Schmidt. So if you look at the white area on the map, that is the proposed conservation easement on Begley Ranch. It connects directly up with the Flying A here in green. And then you can see how it kind of connects between Flying A, state lands, BLM, and then back with Flying A here again. So it kind of creates a long connection of public access when we include this property.
Okay. And it looks like it also touches that Badwater area as well on the west side. Does it cover that as well?
The Flying A does, yes.
Sure. And how many acres was that in total? Did you say 17,000?
Altogether, the private lands that we show here outlined in red, green, and white total over 17,000. And the conservation easement property that we're specifically talking about is 1,200 acres.
Thanks.
Any more questions or discussion? We already have a motion, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is another authorization to proceed item. This is also within the Casper region. This is a proposal for donation of a public access easement through the Ogallala Land and Cattle Company. Josh Moore, who's the owner of Ogallala Land and Cattle, is proposing to donate a permanent public access easement for hunting to his deeded land adjacent to BLM land and Office of State Lands and Investments property along Ross Road in northern part of Converse County. So the property is located in the northwestern corner of Converse County and would consist of approximately 3,700 deeded acres of private ground adjacent to some of this public ground that we just mentioned. And the reason for this is Mr. Moore is currently in negotiations with Converse County to realign a county road that currently goes through the middle of his private property because of a lot of the heavy truck traffic that takes place in the area due to industry. They would like to reroute that road. So as a component of that process, the county would like to get a commitment from Moore to continue to allow the public to access this public land in this area. So what he's proposed to do is donate a public access easement to the Game and Fish Department, the commission rather, and continue on with negotiations with Converse County to reroute that public road. This is also a project that Brian Olson's been familiar with, so he can answer any questions you might have as well. But at this time, the department's recommending approval to proceed with negotiations.
Mr. President, if I could just comment, I mean, those guys are some of our neighbors. It's not such an issue that the county road runs right through their property, it's right by their house. And so when the oil field was going on steady, I mean, it's a nightmare. Traffic, dust, everything. So he's made a very generous offer, I think. You know, he's wanted to make sure the hunters can still get in. It will be a different road, but it will move the county road east out away from his buildings. And so that's why he's thrown in quite a sizable chunk of this private property. Some of that's creek bottom that he's thrown in, that in my opinion would be better hunting than, I don't know, some they had before.
Where's his house on that map?
I believe.
It's right through here. The blue would
House right there.
the blue would be state land, so it would be in here.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, I believe it's in here.
I bet it
And
is.
also the reason for the specific outline of the property is to avoid their home. But yeah, the area in red outlined here totals approximately 3,700 acres and avoids the residents.
But right now, County Road, I mean, he's got buildings, his ranch buildings are on each side of it, it's right in the middle of it. And which, now there's not much traffic, but could be again, though. Could be again, it's a bad deal, nobody slows down going down through there, it's kind of crazy. So, I think it's a really good deal that he's trying to do, and I think it's again very fair that he's offering to try to get everybody to work together to just move the county road east away from these buildings.
That's good to know.
So it's just, you know, it's a different way to access the BLM up there. The hunters can still go, plus they gain on this other, it's all adjoining to them.
Any other comments? I entertain a motion.
I move that we accept this, that we begin negotiations on this overhaul.
Second.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Riles, seconded by Commissioner Byrd. Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, thank you, Sean.
Thanks, Mr. President.
I guess you're up again.
Final two agenda items for lands today. These are approval to acquire, so these would be the second time to the commission for final approval. The first one is one that we previously brought to the commission and received authorization to proceed in July 2019. This would be the acquisition of the Bump Sullivan water rights from the Howard family. So just to give the commission an update or at least some background on that, we propose to purchase 69 shares of water rights associated with the reservoir from the Howard family. The total of this water right that we would potentially purchase from the Howards, along with existing shares we own in Bump Sullivan and the additional shares that we will receive from the DU Shamel property, will put the commission in the position of owning approximately 55% of the total shares associated with the reservoir. So acquiring a significant interest in Bump Sullivan provides the department with the ability to irrigate additional cropland within the WHMA that would allow for additional pheasant habitat and cover. And as we see the use of the Springer area go up, this allows us to provide more habitat and spread hunters out a little bit better. This also provides the opportunity for the reservoir itself to maintain a certain level of water as we manage the area for waterfowl hunting. We're currently working on creating a fishery at Bump Sullivan that would include opportunity for fishing for warm water species such as crappie. We obtained an appraisal on the water shares, which came in at the Howard family's asking price of $1,500 per share. So it's a total purchase price of $103,500. We have entered into an agreement with the Howard family contingent upon your approval to continue on and close on these shares. So this time the department's requesting approval to acquire.
Mr. President.
Sean, back in 2016, what, 64 shares, as it said here?
That's correct.
Do you know what we paid for those?
Mr. President, Commissioner Schmidt, we paid $1,300 per share at that time.
Okay, thanks.
Any comments? Anyone prepared to make a motion?
Mr. President, I would move that we acquire this interest in these water rights in Bumsville, as outlined by Mr. Bibby.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Crank, seconded by Commissioner Royale. Any other more discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Final item of the day is a donation of a conservation easement by Carolyn Orr in the Landerfront area of the state. This is a no-cost donation to the department of 84 plus acres of Landerfront property that is part of the Proposia crucial habitat area and provides high value ungulate habitat for big game in the area, mainly mule deer, winter range. This is a donation that was previously brought to the commission in September of 2019, where you gave authorization to proceed. And you can see, excuse me, in red on this map here, this is the Carl Asbell easement that was donated in September of 2018. So this donation of this easement in red ties directly up with the proposed donation of this conservation easement. So starting to block some of these properties together along the Landerfront. These properties do not provide public access, but they do provide, or prevent rather, the development of these properties in the future. This area has become very desirable, and preventing properties like this from being further subdivided up into 5-acre pieces that would significantly have a negative impact on that habitat at virtually no cost to the department through this donation would be significant. So at this time, as with the authorization to proceed, we'd like to move forward with completing the donation of Mrs. Orr's property.
John, on this, we've done that Asbeth property in 2018, right? If I remember right, that's just to conserve the winter range. There's no hunting allowed on that.
Mr. President, Commissioner Smith, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. President, this is a no cost, this is a no-brainer, and very much appreciated by the department and the commission. I move that we accept this donation.
Been moved by Commissioner Royale, seconded by Commissioner Byrd. We accept the department's recommendation. Any more discussion on this? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Thank you, Sean.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Well,
Mr. President, I think we should commend Mr. Moore and Mrs. Orr and the Backleys and all these folks that are truly making, huge efforts to conserve wild lands for our wildlife. So I really appreciate their thought and their generosity.
I second that. Sure.
Absolutely. Thank you, Sean.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to skip down to number 16. Deputy Director Kennedy, we're going to talk about code.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the commission, Director Nesvik. There are two documents, at least two different pages that will be important for us to go through. And I know I provided that to you by email, but in case you don't have that, the first one is to go over the cost analysis on the different options for the Cody Regional Office project. Do you all have that?
I'm sorry.
Okay, that's okay. I got copies.
One more time,
The first update that I want to go with over with you, I provided by email last week.
Come in.
Anyone need a
copy, John?
Yeah.
I found these on.
Got it.
You have a larger copy. I can't read this.
I can't read it. I can give you some glasses. I can't give you another copy. So the purpose of this update is to tell you where the department's at with the Cody Regional Office project. The first document I wanted to go through was that, and I just gave you the first page, Commissioner Crank. That was like a 15-page document because it went through the 50-year maintenance costs for those things. The second item is, does anyone else need that? You're all good? You got that cost analysis? Yep. Okay. The second document I want to go over with you at the end is the project schedule, and that was provided to you just this morning. Anyone need that? Okay.
If they don't, they're not saying.
Well, you know, we're doing it early, so I just was trying to help out here. Okay. Excellent. So I think we're ready to roll. Okay, Mr. President, members of the commission, as you know, when we updated you at the last commission meeting, you asked us to give you some specific numbers, specifically the costs associated with the various options for utilities. So we worked with TO engineers, and you had provided the funding for us at the last commission meeting to have them move forward with this type of work. And Plan One Architects has been moving forward on this since the last commission meeting. The water options that you have in front of you right now were analyzed, including city annexation, installation of a cistern, and connection to Northwest Rural Water District, and the installation of a cistern and an on-site well. The sewer options were analyzed include city annexation and or on-site septic and leach field system. The power options that were analyzed included city annexation and using existing Rocky Mountain power. And as I just mentioned a minute ago, each of those options was analyzed for initial construction costs as well as assumed operational and maintenance costs that would be expected. And that operational maintenance costs were included over a 50-year time frame and then converted to present worth costs to compare each of those analyses. So I was thinking we would spend just a second going over these and answering any questions that you may have. If there's something missing here, we can get TO engineers and others moving forward to work on this. But at this point, you have the estimated costs associated with each of those options. That water option one, which is annexation, has a total cost of $206,000. It is small font. Water option two, which is working with Northwest Rural Water District and would require a cistern, and we talked about this at the last commission meeting, $215,000. Water option three, well and cistern, $326,000. Water option four, which was both options, working with Northwest Rural and a cistern, and working with the city on annexation later, if we decided to do that. The main issue there is, as you recall, we discussed this at the last commission meeting, the water. If we were to move forward with annexation, the city can't get water to the property for more than a year out, perhaps even longer. Because of that, if the commission were to decide to go and work with the city, we would have to have this work with Northwest Rural and have a cistern on the property. And then later, if we wanted to, we could convert over to city at that time, just for discussion purposes. We're not proposing that.
Mr. President, Greg, John, so on this option 4, you have a construction cost of $332,000. That, I guess, I'm wondering why you would have, you know, if we started with the water district and then later converted to the city, why we would have $332,000 in construction costs. And I'm wondering if that figure doesn't include that we'd have to do
Northwest Rural
water option 2 for that year. Is that?
Yes.
That's what you're
It
explaining.
is.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, and then it goes into 2 sewer options and 2 power options that you can see. So one of the big, as you know, Mr. President, one of the big issues that we had discussed at the last commission meeting was this whole issue of city annexation versus no city annexation and moving forward on this independently. That would be a good discussion to have today, if the commission's ready for that. Or if we're missing something that you asked me to look into at the last commission meeting, make sure I know that. I think I captured what you wanted us to present to you.
Mr. President. Right. So can we go to the power options, Mr. Kennedy?
Yes, sir.
So we have a construction cost, which I think I understand, but then there's the second line is 50-year O&M, which I assume means operation and maintenance, present worth cost. One, with city annexation, it's $584,000, which we go with Rocky Mountain Power, it's $569,000. Why would the net present value of operation and maintenance of a power line cost over $500,000?
And that is all on the attachments that you don't have to go through that breakthrough. But I would ask TO engineers, can we have them speak to that?
Certainly. This is Dusty Spolmer with TO Engineers. Thank you for having us, Mr. President and members of the commission. In that present worth calculation, we have included all of the utility rates for each of the utilities, but the one that you specifically asked for here is the power. And so we have assumed a utility rate for each the city power and for Rocky Mountain Power. We've also made an assumption on the usage for the building based on square footage and type of use. And that's why those two numbers are close to each other, but they're different only in the utility rate assumed for each utility.
Okay, Mr. President, so that $500 and some odd thousand is 50 years worth of power bills. Correct?
Did you hear the question?
Sorry, I wasn't sure that was directed towards me. Yes, that is correct. That includes 50 years of power bills.
Mr. President, thank you so much.
And Mr. President, Commissioner Crank, I'm sorry, I have a lot of that backup material for you and I just didn't get it.
I'm looking on my computer now, John.
Okay.
So you want us to discuss where we want to go?
I do, unless I've missed something you wanted analyzed for your decision making today.
Mr. President. Commissioner Drake. So my comment to the commission would be, I am really leery of waiting on a city government to annex property. And I don't know if you looked at the map that John sent out. There's a city government cannot annex property unless it has a certain contiguous border with the city. It prevents cities from jumping out in the county and annexing an island of city property. So we're not actually contiguous to the city. There's a landowner in between us that wants to annex. And so if he annexes and they approve that, then we could annex. But I don't really see cost savings, and it would put our building out, a year at most, a year at least, and maybe multiple years at worst. So I think my thought would be we go with water option 2. So we hook to the regional water system and we have a cistern for our fire suppression system. And that's just slightly more expensive than waiting around for the unknown in several years to annex to the city. I think we go with leach field, which is cheaper than waiting for the city annexation to hook onto their sewer system. And we go with Rocky Mountain Power to connect our building to, I assume it's all electric, or is that
It is.
natural gas as well? Is it just electric or natural gas?
Electric. Is that right?
That's correct. We will be hooking onto natural gas for different purposes, but what's in your analysis here is just for power.
So, Mr. President, Commissioner Crank, I'm looking here. Yeah, but if we were to not move forward, and you were to ask the department, if we were to not move forward on annexation, that's the options that the department would propose based on cost savings. You nailed it. Water option 2, sewer option 2, and power option 2 in that sheet you've got. And TO engineers had the same recommendation if we didn't go with annexation.
Mr. President, right, the city will come to us eventually, and if it makes sense at that stage for the commission and the department to agree to an annexation of our property and hook on to city services when they're ready, I mean, you can always do that. This, that number in water option number 4 of $332,000 kind of terrified me at first, but that's because we have to have a cistern in the construction we need up front from the regional water district. So I mean, it may be cheap. I assume it would be much cheaper to hook onto the city once they get to us. But
Mr. President, I couldn't agree more with that. I think we shouldn't wait for the annexation. We should proceed as independent and move forward with this project. I'll leave that.
Any more discussion? Any other discussion, I should say?
Yes,
Yeah, to me, when I looked at it, that was my choice.
What you got?
Mr. President, so just to make sure, water option 2, that'd be Northwest Rural and a cistern. Sewer option 2 is leach field. Power option 2 is working with Rocky Mountain Power. Okay.
You don't need that in the form of motion, just a direction, correct?
I think we can just move forward if that's okay. Does that sound good, Director? TO engineers, any questions or concerns you see, any red flags you see with the commission's thoughts in this regard?
No, sir, other than the what we put in our letter related to the the eventual administrative costs or duties associated with leach field and cistern and so forth. But no, without annexation, this would be the direction that we would recommend as well.
President, could our engineer talk to us about natural gas? I mean, do they know how far that way that is? How hard that would be to hook into the building? What part of the building will be electric? What part will be natural gas?
Can TO engineers or Plan 1 answer that question?
This is Dusty Spomer with TO again. We do have natural gas in the area, and I mean it's just across the highway. And they, when the department put in the application to the county for the special use permit, they had approached the gas company for connection, and basically it's there, and you're able to connect onto it with some very nominal fees or customary level fees. So there's really one option there at this time.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. President, members of the commission, the next couple of documents that I'll be sending to you in the next day or so, and we can work on that offline, are project area maps showing the location of the building where it's being proposed to be built at this point. You have some of that information. I sent it to you, but I'm going to send you some updated documents. more important, at least for the department, since the last commission meeting when the public was made aware that we're moving full steam ahead with the project, there were some issues that came up that I needed help with on a project area map in terms of easements. And there are some proposed easements. There's easements on the property, and there's some proposed easements from some adjacent landowners that I've yet to work on. I don't have a proposal for you yet. But that's what I'll be spending my time on as soon as I can leave Cheyenne, is to get out and meet with these adjacent landowners and some key stakeholders to discuss some elements of the project. We've also been working on our messaging and updating our regional website and the main website for the department, getting information out on what the commission has decided, any of the plans that are being put out, we're getting it out to the public so that there's no surprises. Again, we need to get out, and this current situation that we've been in right now is it's impacted us significantly in terms of getting out, meeting with folks and talking about this project in terms of the public. But as soon as we can do that, we're going to. The next item I would like to just go through very quickly, or as long as you want, is this project schedule.
Mr. President, before we go to the project schedule, I heard rumblings that, and I was the one that forced the issues up, that there were rumblings that maybe adjoining landowners or the Cody area wasn't excited about our decision to go with a two-story versus a one-story building. Where is all that at?
Mr. President, Commissioner Crank, we have Director Nesvik spoke personally with some of those individuals. The director has asked me to get to Cody as soon as I can to sit down and meet with all of them. That's what we're going to do as a next step. We know what their issues, what their concerns are. There's some discussion about at the time that the commission moved forward with the special use permit. You all remember that was quite some time ago. But when we did that, there was discussion, and you'll recall that it was put in the documents for the special use permit that it would be either a one or a two-story building. That flexibility was open for the commission to make that decision. The commission, you made that decision at the last commission meeting to go two-story. Some felt like they had not provided any input on that. They didn't understand why the decision was made. I think that through communications that the director has made, that I hope to make for the director in the next month or so, as soon as I could get up there, I think we're going to be able to work out those issues. But we need to talk to them so that I understand what their concerns are and the director understands, so that we can try to meet in the middle. And I think we'll be able to do that. Another outstanding issue that I just mentioned was an easement. There's a proposal by an adjacent landowner that would help their operation out a lot if commission were to give them an easement on your property. I delayed that because I didn't know where the commission would want their building, and I didn't want to get out ahead of that and let someone put an easement, another party put an easement where you want part of your building. So I've been waiting on that, and I'm going to get those maps to you in the next couple of days so you can see the location. And what I'm seeing right now, based on the maps I'm seeing from Plan 1 Architects, it leaves quite a bit of room to the south of where the proposal is to put the building to accommodate some adjacent landowners and what they may need. But that will come back to you.
Mr. President, right? What kind of easement?
One is water and one is electrical. So we're talking underground for both. Is that correct?
The water line is the one I.
Okay. So I'll bring that back to the commission. Hopefully, if we can't get out of here. If I can't get on the road and make this happen in the next few weeks, we'll set something up by phone. But it's awfully hard to discuss these issues telephonically or video conference when you're trying to work something out and understand folks' concerns. So I'd really like to get up there in person. Any more questions before we talk about the schedule? I had provided that to you this morning, and as I had told you this morning, I hadn't had a lot of time to look at it. I've looked at it since then. It seems pretty straightforward. Appears to be consistent with what we have been telling you all along. You'll notice the big date there under construction, which is from February of 2021 all the way into January of 2022, with a substantial completion in February of 22.
All right, I'm gonna ask the question.
Okay.
The blue I can understand. What are the other colors? What's
The purpose of their coloring,
just the differentiator?
that's the way I interpret it. Is there more meaning to the colors that we need to know?
Dan, you want to answer that?
Dan, is there a purpose for the colors? I just thought it was your artistic characteristics coming out. Dan muted?
He just unmuted himself and unmuted himself.
Okay, Dan?
David, you know you're a construction guy.
It appears to me that
Mr. Kennedy, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Dan.
Oh, I apologize for that. Good day, Mr. President, Commissioners, Director Nesvik. The color coding on the schedule, the red bars in the beginning relate to the different design phases, and they signify the different major milestones that we're going to hit during the design phase. And there'll be an opportunity for a substantial owner review and additional input at the end of each one of those phases. And then we go into the bid period phase, and then the blue presents the different aspects of the construction phases that would occur.
You knew that, right, David?
Oh. You didn't?
Of course I did.
I think Commissioner Ryle was about to tell us that. Thank you, Dan.
Yes, sirs.
Commission, comfortable with our schedule?
As best I know.
Okay, from this point on, we will start working with TO engineers and Plan 1 architects on the options that you selected. I will be getting some information to you that are project area maps. I've got those now. The Plan 1 architects and TO engineers has finished those things. It's me that's delaying that. I have some questions I want to go over with them before I provide that to you. So you'll see some project area maps, and if anything else comes up, let me know. I'm going to be trying to get with the folks in Cody, adjacent landowners, to discuss some of those issues, and I'll report it back to you. I won't wait for the next commission meeting. I'll correspond by email just so we can keep this project going.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. President, one comment. John, Brian, everybody involved with this is really should be commended on their efforts, because this thing's finally getting off. Long overdue. Thank you.
I think, Dee Dee, I don't know if we're going to heart it tomorrow, but I'd like to thank you for all your work and efforts over the years.
I appreciate that.
Congratulate you moving on to your other love.
Yeah, I'm gonna miss my team and miss you guys, but I am definitely looking forward to getting back to some science.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Director, did I miss anything you want me to cover? Good. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, John. Okay, we're going to go to number 18 to Mr. Phipps. You're like a slave driver today. It's been presented to me. I'm not picking these at random, too.
President Dooley, Commissioners, Director Nesbitt, Greg Phipps, Fiscal Chief. I'm here today to talk about, ask you to vote to approve 2 new licensed selling agents and the transfer of 1 licensed selling agent. The first one is All Around Hardware in Hewlett. We gained temporary approval for them during the last commission meeting. There's 1 agent located in Hewlett, and Hewlett's license sales totaled $81,900. In addition, we have Frontier Supply in Newcastle, Wyoming. There are 2 agents located in Newcastle, and those 2018 sales totaled $95,114. Lastly, we've got an application for ownership transfer, Joe's Food Center in Upton, Wyoming. The transfer, we received that, approved by Commissioner Ladwig. The store's 2018 license sales total were about $51,070. At this time, I'd ask you to, we recommend approval on all 3.
Mr. President, Greg, do we have existing equipment to do these 2 new license selling agents?
Mr. President, Commissioner Crank, yes, we do.
Okay. I just, we're going to go to a bright new world. You've been making great gains on that. I just don't want to buy any more Essels, when we're just going to be wasting money. I want to get to where we're going, but until we have it in the warehouse someplace, we can soak it up.
Mr. President, yes, Commissioner Crank, we sure do.
Any other questions, comments?
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Ladwig moved and Commissioner Byrd seconded.
Thank you.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 I,
Okay, thank you. Could you update us on an earlier topic regarding off the grid and the other overdue?
President Doobie, yes, absolutely. Concerning off-the-grid sports, out of Sundance, they sold the store in November. They were billed at the end of October for their October license sales, which totaled about $11,060. At the same time, they received their audit on their 2018 sales, which was about $2,400. And so the owner wrote a check for payment, so of $13,460. We received that payment, and we're in the process of processing it. He called us late November, said he's selling the store, and asked us to turn him off. So we turned him off in November. The check that he wrote us for the October 2019 sales ended up being non-sufficient funds check. So we've been chasing that down, and he owes us for his November sales when we got him turned off on the 22nd of November, an additional $8,500. So all in all, in total, he owes us $22,008. And we've been working with the AG on those payments, and not exactly sure whether the AG is going to entertain a payment plan or drop the hammer. I think they've got a way at the AG's office to be able to double the amount, which would take it to $41,728, triple the amount. So I'm tracking that they owe us $22,008 at this moment.
So if I understand you correctly, the reason we're up to 20 is because the first 13, you had a check in hand. So he still was, machines were still on. And by the time you found out it was insufficient, boom, he still owed those.
Yes, President Doobie. Yeah, there was the non-sufficient funds check. And then before we got that worked, he had sold some licenses in November, called us, said he's selling the store, wants to be shut down, returned his inventory, and that added an additional $8,500 to it.
I have one question. You said you did an audit, 2018 audit, and you owed additional ones. What's the situation with that?
So, Mr. President, once a year we go through and we audit all our licensed selling agents and their sales for the previous year. So in the process, we account for, whether it's missing inventory or voids, balance and all that stuff. When all that's done, in some cases, they've overpaid, in other cases they've underpaid, but we do that audit as the final check to close out the fiscal year. And that's just a matter of process that we do. And then we send them an invoice, for that amount if they owe us.
Is that normal for them to owe us?
It can be. It can be, depending upon, how many voids they processed through the years, or, whether they've lost inventory. It can be.
I've never heard that before. Just curious. And was there one other fellow?
The one that you'll hear, well, there's one that'll be coming up, concerning,
We'll talk about that.
right.
Mr. President, Greg, if I was listening, he wrote us a check for $13,460 at the end of October. I assume we would have gotten that check pretty early in November. And then you shut him off, I think you said on November 22 when he called. And he had another $8,500. I mean, why a 3-week delay? If he writes us a check, I would assume we'd deposit it pretty quick. Know that it's non-sufficient funds and we would have jumped on it. But do you know what happened?
I don't off the top of my head. I have my suspicions is that when it went NSF, it took us a while to run that down, through the NSF process. But I can get you an answer on that for sure.
What do you mean run it, Mr. President? What do you mean run it down?
Mr. President, Commissioner Crank, I'm assuming that goes through a collections process. The bank flags it, and then the accountants start running with it. I don't know how much time that takes.
So you're saying basically the bank didn't notify you for a period of time. We deposited it. We thought it was good.
Right.
And then the time lag, I'm assuming, is from the bank back to us. Maybe.
Mr. President, that could be. I don't know that. I could research that.
Mr. President, I guess my point is, Greg, you ought to check into that because, if a guy writes us a hot check, we should shut him off. I think the commission has suggested that to the department that, if we don't get paid in a timely fashion, we're shutting them down until they pay us. So I'm just wondering why it took 3 weeks to figure out that he'd written us a loan check.
Mr. President, Commissioner Crank, I'll run that to ground and let everyone know.
Okay, I guess we have.
Greg, have we ever done an analysis on how much time you guys spend, how much money it costs the department to run all of these late fees, all this work you guys do to try to keep this stuff up to date, in order, timely?
Mr. President, Commissioner Schmidt, we've not done that since I've been here. My opinion is that it would be somewhat surprising, once we calculated that up.
Thank you. Mr. President, we spent $1 million chasing down that guy that Ray L voted to give him his license back, and he burned us the second.
Boy, this guy makes me feel like riding. No respect.
Okay, is there anything else? Thanks, Greg.
Thank you, Mr. President.
If not, I guess you guys got a call to the public. Yes, we're going to just do that.
And I do have to call for sure.
Resolution. Is that another one?
This is my job.
Same one.
We couldn't ask Deputy Director Kennedy to do anything with Zoom. He can't dial a phone number, so.
Megan, is that it? This is the only one?
This is my job.
So far you're getting a
Hello, Mr. Coltiska?
Yes, it's in.
All right, this is the Game and Fish Commission. You requested to visit with us?
I sure did. I'd appreciate a little bit of time if I could.
How about it?
Okay, I'm sure most of you know who I am. We raised pumpkins up here at Sheridan. And we've had a tremendous amount over the years of loss to the deer damage. And that, last year, it was down some, but our crops were down some also. And Ryan Canada did his best that he could to try to alleviate some of the problem. They put in, I don't know what you call them, they run up to the generator, they're like a red stocking flapping thing. They run zon guns, had game wardens out almost every night trying to keep the deer out, and we still had damages. I had asked about early in the season last year, I said, if the Game and Fish would buy the material for me, I will fix this entire area. Now, the part that you got to understand, we can only grow pumpkin or the garden vine stuff once every 4 years on a set field. So it does encompass more area than just a 7 or 8 acre pumpkin field. And they said that they don't do that because it's a statute for stored crops only, is where they can provide fencing. And I asked if they could not make some kind of an exception or something. We've been raising these for 20 years. We've had damage almost every year. Well, we do have. There's just some years I hadn't turned it in. If you look at what it's costing over all of it, the fencing will be cheaper than what they're paying in damages, and having a game warden drive out here nightly, build generators, plus then they go and they have to kill, this year I think they killed 7 deer. I think that's what the gentleman told me. And then they have to take them, they have them processed, and what's that cost, and give it away. And like I said, I'm asking for some help. I guess that's what the word I'm at. And I know it's awful expensive to build game fence, as you guys well know. And that, but the labor is probably 3 times of what the material cost is. And I'm willing to do the labor and provide that if the Game and Fish will provide me with the materials that I need to build these fences. And so I don't know where to do. We've been doing it for over 20 years, been raising pumpkins and that. And like I said, there's been very few claims at times in that. But I don't know what to do. It seems like it's getting worse than that. I don't know. I'm asking for help. I guess that's what I'm asking for.
All right, thank you, Mr. Koltiska. Let me see if anybody has any questions for you. He has a pumpkin patch out east of Sheridan.
Yes.
Very popular. So do you have Commissioner Ryall has a question for you.
Okay.
Mr.
Koltiska.
Koltiska?
Yes.
How many acres are we talking about fencing off? So you said 7 or 8 acres that you grow your pumpkins in, and then you rotate apparently every 4 years. Is that right?
Yeah. So you're asking us. I'm very hard hearing, but you're asking if I rotate. Yes, I rotate those fields.
Mr. Koltiska, he's asking you how much total acreage would you propose to be fenced in?
Oh, I'd have to add it up. There's probably, just because of the way that it lays with it, there's a strip above it by pumpkin fields that we do hay because it's some highly erodible ground. And that, but the whole total thing would probably encompass, I'm saying 30 acres to 40 acres, probably something. I can map it out and show them, but it would encompass 30 or 40 acres. It has a lot of jigs and zags because the way it follows the creek along and then comes back around and that. But like I said, I'm estimating in that acreage someplace. There's approximately, I think I measured it's a little over 8,000 running feet of fence.
Does the department have any response to that, Mr. President? Hold on a second.
Yeah, you know, I think we've got Scott on here, Scott Edberg, Deputy Chief Edberg. And he might be able to provide some of the estimates. I know we've done some estimates on what it would cost.
Commissioner President, Commissioners, Director Nesvik, this is Scott Edberg. So just a little history. Since 2013, we've had 5 claims with Mr. Koltiska totaling $21,758, or an average of $4,352 a year. All that's for pumpkins and other vines, watermelons and squash. We didn't have an idea of how much he actually wanted to fence. 8,000 feet is the first time I've heard that number. Obviously, our damage reg is very specific with regards to fencing, is that we provide fencing for stored crops, and for my entire career and previously, we've always have held the line that we will not provide fencing for growing crops. As you can imagine, that could expand tremendously across the state for alfalfa fields and anything else is growing. So that's kind of the position the department has held, and that was the reasons why Mr. Koltiska was given the responses that he has been given.
I understand what the law says, and that, and I have a niche market crop in the state of Wyoming, and that. Now, I don't know what else to do, and I don't know. I guess I'm asking, where do I go from here? Do we continue to keep killing these deer and that, or I allow hunting, but we can't allow hunting during the pumpkin patch because, one, when the deer during the day, when you can legally hunt, they are not on my ranch. They, like the additional doe permits that were issued in the fall. I did finally get some hunters to kill a few, but they go back up in what I call the Mormon ground. The Mormon church owns that ground, and it's leased to an outfitter that doesn't shoot the does. So the other thing is that my cousin to the north, he leases to an outfitter. They have killed some does, but it doesn't seem to affect it. The other is I border the state land to the south, and you can't kill the does on those additional doe tags to the south on state property. So our hands are super hard tied. And you know, like I said, I'm willing to sign an agreement that I won't turn a claim in for 20 years, because that's life expectancy of a fence in that fenced-in area for any damages from wildlife.
Well, Mr. Koltiska, why don't you let us look into it a little bit and we'll get back to you.
I'd appreciate it.
You know, I don't think we're going to make a decision right here today. So let us take it under advisement and we'll get back to you.
Well, I appreciate that. If you have any more questions, please feel free to call me if you would.
Oh, we got some more comments.
Mr. President, Mr. Koltiska, this is Commissioner Brokaw. Have you worked with your local conservation district or NRCS office for some cost share help?
If you have the NRC office, couldn't help you.
I don't, not the NRCS, I have the conservation that you're talking.
We'll help you with that, but through the NRCS office, through the conservation title of the Farm Bill, there is some cost share funding for ornamental crops. And I would think that your pumpkin patch would qualify as an ornamental specialty crop. We can certainly help you with that, but I think Pete's right, President Newby's right. We should look into this and try.
Well, I'm very willing to try.
You bet. We'll help you.
Yeah, we'll try to find out if we can't do anything. Maybe, as Commissioner Brokaw said, maybe there's somebody else out there we can point in the right direction.
Well, that's what I was asking some of the people at the down the state, and I visited with some of Joe Budden. If there was some kind of a grant, because it is such a specialized crop. I mean, I don't really know that there's any other pumpkin fields like ours in the area, and I know not in the area, because we have people come from Casper, we have come from Montana, we have them come out of Gillette, Casey, Buffalo, all over to come here because it is such a unique deal. And yet, like I said, it's heartbreaking to see your crop hurt and destroyed by wildlife, and that you know, and don't get me wrong, I'm a big game hunter too. So I do understand why.
All right, we have one more comment.
Okay.
Comment, Mr. President. Mr. Kolteska, we appreciate it very much, and like President Doobie said, we have room to talk, and we'll certainly do our best on this end, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Koltuska.
Well, thank you all for your time. I do appreciate it.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
You too.
Bye.
Anything else? Any more?
So one more time for members of the public that are on Zoom, if you want to, here we're at the end of the day, the president's called for a last call to the public. We do have another second day of the commission meeting tomorrow, but if anybody wants to comment now, you've only got about a minute. You need to let our folks know by typing into the chat box on Zoom or sending a quick email to wgfvideo@wyo.gov.
Mr. President and Rick Bryan, while we're waiting for the last public comments, I'm amazed at what our staff did. That last meeting we had in March, just on the phone, was so painful and so non-productive and so inefficient. This has been amazing, so thank you.
Yeah. You guys did a great job. Appreciate it.
Lot went into it.
Very good.
I personally kind of like how Doug consolidated stuff with the quotas and seasons
By region?
to myself instead of having to go through each and every area.
And I like how John was able to dial the phone.
Like it twice. And I had to hang it up.
Yeah, nice efficiencies.
He was kind of John.
Practice pays off.
Yeah, kind of Johnny on the spot.
All righty, I guess we will adjourn until 8 o'clock tomorrow. Are we off?